But I mean, everybody can do it, right? And like, if there's anybody else wants to know how the auto level works, right, and why we only go at 50 meters and not 2 kilometers like George and Rumpus want to do, 4 miles, perhaps 6 miles.
Already done it once.
Yeah.
Went 150 meters. You could barely read the rod.
Yeah. Well, that's you guys.
The main
right?
surveyor.
Well,
The main surveyor was the guy with the pictures where the 2 levels were off.
yeah.
No, it's reciprocal zenith angles, and
No,
he
no,
does
no,
it with
no.
a Seattle.
Yeah, that was him though, right? Yeah. He's pointing
No,
out.
but I'm talking about the one where he had like 2 devices right next to each other
Oh yeah.
at the same elevation.
Yeah.
And
as long as the object in the distance was lower than the horizontal, that's all that mattered.
Yeah. So like, that's what we'll be going for next. Although he seems to have disappeared to never come back again, the legend of that guy from Maine.
Don't forget the.
Well, I mean, I don't
forget his famous last words before he disappeared. But why would you want to?
Why would you?
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't take that guy. I wouldn't even take that guy serious. I feel like he didn't know how to use his tools if he couldn't even find where level was.
Nah, the reciprocal zenith angles are way worse.
Yeah, no, I've seen that one, but I mean the one where he had two devices right next to each other at the same elevation, the levels were off in the distance. Like, do you even know what you're doing?
He's good at math.
Obviously, his tools must have been off, or he doesn't know what he's doing, or something was wrong. Clearly,
well, his confidence in knowing absolutely nothing about what he was doing and the people that he's been fooling must be absolutely ridiculous, because he didn't even notice that. Well, in fact, he did notice that they were off, but he said it was expected because they were 2 different tools. But I mean, that just proves he's not a real surveyor, but he can get away with it. Because the arena that everybody's in at the minute, like, nobody knows to call it.
Of course he can get away with it. You got people like R.C. Meisty adamantly coming in with, that's a proof.
Yeah, that
This
guy.
surveyor did it.
Professional surveyors. Yeah, they literally call them professional surveyors. He's not. A professional surveyor would have gone, shit, they're not right. They're both different.
Then they literally CGI'd his name to a poster on the Google Street.
He needed to get George to calibrate his tools.
In the optical corridor.
George can try to, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know how to professionally. That's a fact.
Well, didn't he say he had a 400-meter long hallway?
Shit.
That people pay him to calibrate their auto levels with? That was interesting.
I've seen the beds they put those instruments on, and George doesn't do that. He talks about the collimation, checking calibration. I've seen a video of that too, where he's not doing that. No way.
Well, didn't he also say he literally moved the crosshairs up and down to match what the dot on the wall is?
That's not how they do it.
No, that's how George does it.
Yeah,
George
calibration method.
Yeah, George was adjusting for elevation of the tool by moving the little screws.
No, he didn't just say the screws. He said the reticule.
Yeah. With a little screw in the back, but that's only afterwards. He adjusts the height thing by using little screws.
Is this not how you calibrate an auto level, or?
No, take them to the shop and let the guys fucking from the shop do it. You
Let the
do not give it
professional-
to old dudes like down at the pub. You know, like, oh, George,
Like-
you know, crazy George. Oh, yeah.
They put
Let
'em-
him do me auto level. Yeah. So you give it a certificate? Nah.
I mean, I know how to
Took it
shoot a gun.
George.
I know how to shoot like a rifle. I wouldn't like try to like calibrate my rifle though. You know what I mean? If I wanted like the thing to be on or something, or the sights, I wouldn't like do that
Sight your
myself.
scope in. Yeah, sight. I had a buddy.
I would
that
just
could
bring
do
it
that
to the
really
shop.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The old guy down at the pub.
No, hell no. Those the auto levels and the theodolites, they put them on these machine beds. I mean, it's a high precision deal when they calibrate those things. It's not just giving it to an old guy at a rundown market where he's living taking baths in the lake.
He's going to put his screwdriver in the end of your thing. Oh, I can have a twiddle of that.
And the
Bring
thing
it
is,
in.
I
I've
probably.
got
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, bring it in. I got an Allen wrench for that. Done, dusted.
I'll get you a picture of an auto level, because this is one of the things that I wanted to go over anyway, of how an auto level works. Because I mean, these people will tell you anything, right? And they'll tell you stuff, but without giving you any information that'll help you understand what's going on. Right, so there you go. In Livestream 2 text. That's an auto level, and I'm gonna, because I quite like this. Show you.
I like that diagram and that description, because I didn't realize that either with the how it actually gets its plumb. I think that's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, it's a bad eye this time.
Yeah,
Picture
and
it out.
unless you're
Right.
Bob the Science Guy, you don't want to shake it.
Yeah.
Bob shakes his tools and uses crayons and sticky tape. He's definitely
not
the guy you
allowable.
go to.
Right, so that the bottom picture there is, as you're looking through it, that's the only bit that you see. You look through the reticule, that's your eye. I know it's a bad eye, it looks like a bird. Looking through the eyepiece lens, the next bit's the reticule. That's where the lines are on there. It's like just a thin sheet of plastic with lines on it. So you're looking through the eyepiece, through those lines, and you're looking at the bottom end of a prism, which is like a piece of glass. It's like this. B. Oh shit! They're just prisms of glass that reflect all the images. So you're only actually looking at that the bit of glass that's just there at the end of the pendulum. All of the lights coming in at the other end, getting focused or whatever. See you later, unicorn. Is he gone? Yeah. So you're looking through a little bit of a prism like that, and that's just altering the light to go all the way through that other prism that's floating, and then back through the other prism to make it horizontal. And the equalization of all of those bits, that's where the calibration comes in, right? To make sure that that image that you're seeing is calibrated with that little line that you're looking at.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be more complicated to calibrate this thing in a couple screws.
Yeah. Right. So, but when you're looking through an auto level, right, all of everything that you see all comes from that end, like within the 2 inches from the end of the bit that you're looking at. Everything, the lines and the image that you're seeing, right? It's got nothing to do with all of that stuff miles away. Because that image just makes it all the way through, right? So the further that you are away, the more distortion, because you're looking through more air and the problems of all of that sort of stuff, right? So all of your readings, all just come from that little tiny end bit. And
The
all of the
reticle to
geometry
the
done as well.
you're talking about the whole inside of the mechanism, right? From the reticle to the
See the red bit that I've put on? I put a little box.
there
The
that
one
little
underneath.
bit.
Yeah.
All right. Oh.
That's all you actually see.
It's weird. I just kind of started wrapping my mind around this the other day. With that is what you're only seeing, like what, an inch of a mirror image, an image from a mirror through that prism.
Yeah.
Yo, you carry this thing around in like a foam case and shit, or what?
Yeah.
Well,
You have to keep that floating bit. There's when you put it away, there's a little locking bit underneath that it sort of compresses. And when you compress that, it holds the thing so you can't rattle it. Like Dr. Bob does.
I feel like this is something you don't want to be banging around, yeah.
I did have another one. The one that I had, it was knackered. I bought it cheap, and the compensator was knackered. So when I went to go and get it calibrated, they went, "Nah, it won't calibrate, mate." And I went, "Okay, let's have a new one then." So they calibrated a brand new one for us because the other one was knackered. But you could literally rattle that one around to let people know that there's floating bits inside it. But
you can shake it and say, "Have a listen."
Yeah,
it's in there. But that's the difference between a scope, like you're saying, like a rifle scope. I don't think that there's like a prism system in there, like there is.
I think you're just looking through lenses.
Yeah, that's different than a theodolite, right? A theodolite doesn't have that ability. It's that thing that makes it an auto level, right? It automatically adjusts to horizontal because of the floating thing in the middle.
God Scalpel was coming into Brandon's for a while. He's good. He was the one that called all those all the surveyors, right?
Yeah.
That was a good video. I saw that one. He didn't put I heard more than that before, but that was still good though, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a few that like we don't want to be putting all of them out, right?
Yeah, the other ones were great. Oh my god. Like what I heard wasn't even half of it. I'm like, yo, why didn't he put this part or this part?
Yeah, we don't want to go after surveyors, right? It's up to everybody else, right? If you don't trust us or what we're saying, then find a proper surveyor and ask the proper surveyor yourself.
I actually Googled surveyors near me about 2 weeks ago. I've been so busy, but I do want to go have a chat with them or ask. I don't know how to. I'd have to think about it, but.
Well, there's a list of questions that you can give them, right? But it depends. If you're after something personal for a proof, then you're best off trying to work out how to ask them something to find out what it is that you're after.
Yeah.
But most of the time, you're just going to see them at the side of the road and go, do I stop the car? Do I go and have a look? I'll just go over there and ask them.
I talk to them sometimes. I stop and talk to them guys sometimes and feel them out. Sometimes they're friendly, sometimes they're not, and they don't want to talk, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, you just catch them at the right time. Their guys just working, right? They're doing what they do. If you catch the ones that are nice enough, I mean, everybody wants to tell you about what they're doing. It's like, what are you doing? How far can you see? How accurate is it? They're all valid questions now because everybody in this arena is telling you that they can do stuff, right? It's perfectly acceptable to ask those surveyors if the guys down at, Discord. I've got this crazy old dude called George on Discord, and he says he can see 500 meters with one of them. Would you ever look that far?
You do about 175 or 100.
Well, see what they say. I'd only go, it depends how accurate you want, right? First order measurement, you keep at really short distances because you want to be able to be as accurate as possible.
Yeah.
Nobody's really that bothered. If you want accuracy, then you just do more turns and make sure that you're accurate every time and set it up perfectly and, use precision stuff. But you would be establishing a horizontal. You wouldn't be establishing a curve. I mean, there's no point having precision levels if they only precisely, if horizontal's only at a point, how can you have a precision level? What would be the point in having it?
Horizontal point, though, that's not a real thing.
Mm. All points on a horizontal line or plane would be.
Yeah, if you have more than one point. Yeah, more than one.
Yeah.
Just one single horizontal point, though.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Within their model, they cannot have a horizontal line or plane. They do not exist.
Yeah.
Well, but they'll call you physics deniers when the physics of
Like
water says. When the physics of water says that it's horizontal at all points in a connected fluid and hydrostatic equilibrium.
Yo, did you hear what I was doing in the past couple days? I've been telling them, we got this pipe. It's a horizontal pipe. It's open and on the top, open on both ends and open on the top. And you just pitch it just a little teeny tiniest fraction of a degree in any direction, and then pour water in the middle. The water is going to flow towards the place that's pitched down. So therefore, we know that if water's not horizontal, it's going to be flowing. Right?
Yeah.
What's weird is they'll tell you that horizontal is a straight line and get mad at you when you tell them, well, no, it necessarily bends with what you're telling me.
That's the
And
problem
Jeremy,
with
there-
the reality. Go on.
Well, there you go again, assuming down is down.
Assuming down is universal, I think I had the other day.
I mean, it's just down. It's under, These guys had to make a theory for up and down. That's what general relativity is. We just known as humans all along that up is up and down is down. These guys had to come make theories and shit about it. It's like, yo, what are you kidding me?
It's very clever, the relativity thing, because everything is relative to something, right? In order to compare something, you have to make it relative to something else.
Yeah. Yep.
So just saying general relativity is like it's genius, right? It's a play, it's wizardry. That's what these guys do. They mess about with words and tell you like truthful facts, or like tell you nothing and get you talking about nothing for hours.
It's almost like
the
the
model.
name in the band.
Problem with relativity, though, is when they get into relativism and it's just relative to what you think it is. That's where the big problem is. Your straight may not be my straight. Your good may not be my good.
Russell.
Yeah, Russellism. Yeah.
If you don't know, Russell is Bertram Russell. Try not to delve too
Penro-
deeply. You'll
Don't
Penrose.
Penrose yourself.
Never heard of him.
Oh, you have. You just don't know you have.
Yeah.
Russell
All these
who?
guys, Walter, Bertrand Russell. It's people like him that have ruined all these people that went to university. It's where they perpetrated all of it.
They get
Just look
into
up
your mind, right?
just
At
look-
a young age.
Yeah, just look up relativism. It's man. I knew all
Oh,
about
no,
it.
yeah.
I knew all about it in a different sense, but I had no idea the dude did as much damage in math and geometry as he did in religion.
Do you guys
Relativism. I'm
happen
gonna
to
check that out.
do you guys happen to know when he was like relevant?
Yeah, funny enough, it's about the same time,
Yeah.
spherical geometry, Einstein. Funny that.
Funny, yeah.
Weird, huh?
Right when relativity comes out, hey, let's
Yeah.
make another one.
Yeah. He wrote his own axioms that are, if you can understand them, out there.
Yeah.
Well, they put him as the logician, right? He was the one that standardized mathematics as a more logical process. So obviously, it's logical to say that a straight line's bending.
When you get philosophy people involving themselves within mathematics, at that point you should be wondering what's going on. And maybe mathematics isn't quite what you think it might be. Magimathix. But I mean, who are we? We're just normal people, right? R.C. Meisty will be the one that's been to college and knows more about mathematics. So.
Don't say that name. That voice gives me nightmares.
I mean, if you don't know what asymptotic parallels are, then you just need to walk out of the room. I mean, you have no business being here.
Well, the other day I was still and motionless in my vehicle, and a fire hydrant came and smashed into it at 40 miles per hour.
Yeah.
It's okay because I had the frame of reference rider in my insurance.
Down as a
I think
down.
it's funny when we were talking yesterday with the helicopter. When you take off relative to the rotors, like the blades are staying still, but the cockpit's spinning.
Yeah, I think I've got that.
If you're on something moving, you know it. They'll never get me to think any different.
Well, the other thing is, I thought, shouldn't people at the equator have higher blood pressure?
What's pressure?
Under
Right.
pressure.
No,
It'd be
no,
shorter
that'd
too,
be
right?
less. They'd be 21 miles higher.
The barometer, yeah.
Yeah, but the centrifugal force.
Equal and opposite.
Yeah, that's right.
Centrifugal,
It would equal
centrifugal
itself
force
out.
is
Exactly.
spinning inward.
Yeah. My bad.
Centripetal
You know,
force.
barometric
Now
pressure.
we're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now we're
'cause
talking.
actually, you know, you'd be higher than Everest at the equator. But
Well, see,
hey,
if it's bulging, then there's more mass. Therefore, it's got more attraction. So it all evens out.
Yeah.
you'd never know.
Yeah.
It'd just be like a horizontal plane. You just imagine it's a horizontal plane, you'd be all right.
I mean, I always love Xanax line, like, it's this way because you can't tell it's that way. Whatever, just insert X.
Well,
Yeah,
like,
they really have no fuck all clue about pressure. They like interchange it with gravity. They really have no idea about katabatic winds at all either. That's one of the things that I'm looking at right now is katabatic winds and how those actually go out. And they say it's a.
Have you ever heard of katabatic linear attenuation?
No, is that horizontal, or is that just a reference to some direction somehow linear
Yes.
or which direction?
All of them. Have you never
That's
studied?
relative.
Yeah, relative. Where are you? Has everyone heard of katabatic? Was it? Yeah, it was definitely katabatic
Linear
linear
attenuation?
attenuation. Yeah.
No, I've never. No.
That
I
have to
have
do with
not.
gravity.
It's okay. In time, I guess you'll learn. Once the ballers start talking about it, then you'll learn that you can just make shit up and the ballers will just repeat it at some point. It looks like we've been. They don't really like us anymore, do they? Who've we got in the other room? Oh, they've got Jin. Be all right. Anybody noticed any new people around yet?
Not really.
You need to find it like some sort of a way to get new people into it. Now, you'd imagine that nobody wants to come in and hear RC Meisty.
Yes.
Nobody new would feel like, hey, I have a question, right? That'd never happen, would it? With RC Meisty in the room, you'd never be allowed, or you'd never even think that you could get a voice. Which I think the server needs to be. Need to find some way to get new people in, but I mean, I'm not too sure whether the internet's going to allow it anymore. Maybe days of old where people feel that they can just go in and talk to people. I think people have been made to not only mistrust other people, but sometimes to actually hate other people of another group. Till we change that sort of feeling and make it so, a certain type of group of people that you want to come in and talk to. Till you make it available that they can come in. I don't know. How do we do it? We've tried going out to different debate platforms, but they hate us.
Jeremy's going over to open debates. You can probably give him a heads up on it.
Jeremy's not. He's gone.
Into the fray.
Yeah. I can't even have a look in open debates. I'm in isolation.
I deleted mine. I'm not even going there. I never went in there. That was funny. Tutorial Thursdays.
That one day.
That was hilarious.
But we do need to find, those debate platforms. But I don't want the horrible, like, confrontational debates. It's exhausting. But I think that's all they're going to be doing.
Some of the people went from 24/7 over to that chatter box, and they set up a stage, and that was really pretty positive. Even though they ended up banning me just for my screen name after that.
Chatterbox. I think I heard.
Yeah, that's where I was telling you about. God Scalpel sent me over because they'll do like the talent show night, confession night. That's the first place I saw with the stages set up like Gio's got in here.
It's a different platform, though, right? A complete different platform.
No, it's in Discord, but they've got it set up like Gio's got it set up in here. But they do have some rooms you can go in where it's not the stages.
Oh, right. Oh, well, I'll go over there and have a chat to anyone. But I mean, I think we need to get that debate thing is bad. And I know I've been banned from it. So, but other people can go over and judge for themselves, right? And see how it goes for them. But if
banned you.
I know, if we go to a few more and see whether we can get in, if we trigger the shit out of those people, then it's obvious that there's going to be a debate platform that we need to have, because there's some sort of a debate that we could do with a proper debate platform.
I wish somebody. Oh, sorry.
As I say, that what happens with RC and riding on eggshells and Funk and Laurie, they're not debates. They don't ever bring anything. They've got no evidence, and it's just a no. But then they flip it round on you. Go on, Buster.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I wish somebody would figure out that TeamSpeak. Supposedly, it's just like Discord, but I don't know how to work it. It took me long enough to figure out Discord.
What we're trying to set up is some way of having a debate where we do not mention the shape of the Earth at all. If we can have a debate without going into the shape thing, but still being able to come up with all of the points that you don't go to the debate, then it would be don't know, it looks bad on the other guys in the debate platform if they're the ones that get triggered because you're saying stuff, and I think it just exposes the debaters as, I don't know. It's like with Rakia and his poker. If you put someone on tilt, then you've got a massive advantage, and there's no more better a place to put someone on tilt is in a debate. If you can say truthful things and get them turning into madmen, women, whatever.
Yeah. I like PhD Tony coming in hot. These people are just not going to be happy, I think, and have a good argument. So I think that's the easy part.
Well, yeah, they end up banning you. So, they're the ones that tell you afterwards that they can't cope with what you're saying to them. you get a lot of hate, but I mean, that's got to be a win. Other than them saying you're the bad guy for, I don't know, saying triangles have 180 degrees and straight lines don't bend. Level is horizontal. Like, it's everything's provable.
So is that how you try to frame the debate topic? Is just stick to level as horizontal, or talking about cosmology, or I mean, how do you frame it without using the terms that everybody's familiar with and without talking about flat Earth?
You have the certain words that are trigger words, and you just learn to not use them. Because the moment you enter a trigger word conversation, then the other person, the cog disc kicks in, and literal cog disc, where they just go, they're not in control of the faculties at that point when the cog disc, it takes over. So if you can stop that from occurring, then you can have a proper conversation. The moment it turns into this, I don't know, they get threatened about the model and turn into a childlike state where you're sort of, I don't know, like you're telling them Santa's not real or whatever. I mean, it's crazy. But if you cannot trigger them, then the conversation's loads easier.
It's like Sean the other day. He's a surveyor. He can make me a horizontal line. Oh, what if I put my water level up against it? Yeah, it drops away. Well, now what if you shoot back?
Yeah, that trauma isn't there.
Uphill rivers.
Yeah.
It's like Kosho. He's been in this argument so long that it doesn't matter how long. He'll never admit to it.
Well, you can hear it, right? You're just talking about straight lines and reality, and they inject their model. The people we talk to, right, in these arenas, they're the hardcore. I'm talking about in general terms. If you can keep away from a flat Earth, a globe model, and any of the numbers related to their model, because most people out there wouldn't even have a clue of the radius or any dimensions of a model. Most people aren't even aware that there is a model because they're just used to living their daily lives. Nobody's ever been taught the globe, right? It's not a subject that anyone has ever gone to college for or ever studied anything about at all. Nobody's ever done any of that. But talk to any people in these arenas, then everyone's an expert on it.
Yeah, there's no spherical modeling PhD.
Yeah, even
Nope.
PhD Tony modeled these seismic things on flat Earth models.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the half truths there.
And when you're messing with somebody in the mind, right? Because that's where the only place the model exists. So if you can have a conversation and not enter that area of their mind, then it's easy. The problem comes, I think, when you talk to people and you can have that backwards and forwards, and you level is horizontal, yeah, and it's perpendicular, and they go along with you. But then at some point, once they realize that what's your conversation that you're having and the model kicks in, then they get like, if you lied to me, you cheated me, you tricked me. You're not, but it's just that the cog disc kicks in, and you've got to watch it. Different people have different cog disc levels and the way they react to it.
Well, I think people's beliefs get tied up with their egos. And so when you start attacking the belief, then they take that as like a personal attack. And that's when they really start clamming up, shutting down.
Yeah, I think most of the time, because like you say, nobody's studied the globe. Nobody's ever been taught anything about the globe. I mean, you think about it. I track my lads through school, and the only thing anyone can ever come up with is maybe in geography or something like that. You've done you've seen the model of the Earth with the plasma or whatever, the molten stuff in the middle, and that makes volcanoes and stuff. But that's the only globe model that anybody ever seems to remember, right? So if every time somebody's ever come up to you and presented you with a problem about this model, then you fix that problem, and somebody else gives you another one, and then you fix that problem, then you individually are making your own model, like, because you're fixing all of these little problems one by one every time, and you're fixing them all individually. You make the globe model yourself. It's your construct. You just justify in every little bit on your own. So when somebody mentions that the model might not be real, well, you made it. You made the whole thing yourself, and that, you know, like, they get threatened that you're attacking their model.
For some reason, I have no idea. Yeah, they're like socially conditioned to defend it, and it's like, why do you defend a model? Is it like is it something that's you break up with your girlfriend or whatever?
Does it match his reality?
Well, no, I think it's about just social standing. I mean, he doesn't want to be known as a flat earther.
Yeah, that could be a thing as well.
That's it. He's young, or people are young, and then once you get old, you get so brainwashed into the feeling that you have that ball that you can't let go of it. Look at Blue Marble, same thing. It's just the dude's still clinging onto it. I mean,
I wanted to be an astronaut. Don't ruin my dreams.
Well, good hypothesis, but I think it's just because it better matches reality.
Yeah.
What matches reality?
The model you just mentioned.
The model.
I mean, not you yourself, you guys.
Yeah.
Models don't represent reality. Models are models.
I didn't say they represent reality. I said they match.
You said they better.
They better match it. Yes.
Yeah, but reality is much better, right?
What do you mean it's better? We're not.
It's better than.
We're not comparing each one is better. The model is just a model.
We're not. I don't have a model. You see, this is what we try and get through.
Didn't say that.
I don't have a model.
I don't care, and it didn't say that.
But you said your model much better matches reality, right? Well, I
Yes.
don't have a model, so I only have reality. So surely my reality is better than your model.
There are things about reality that you can just know. So that's why models comes in.
Say that again.
There are some things that you just don't know. So you use models to figure out.
You can't know something in reality, but a model can help you know it.
No, that's not what I said. You know what a model is, right?
Yeah,
not reality.
Not reality.
No, That's not the definition
Or
of
model
model.
in reality is a scale model, right?
No, no, that has nothing to do with scale.
Take reality or something in reality and
No,
scale it down.
models don't have to be related to reality. They can be, but that's not a fundamental attribute of a model.
Okay.
I can
But
model
I
things
do.
that are completely independent of reality. I can model how 5-dimensional fabric works. It doesn't mean they exist. It's just a model. They have no.
So your model doesn't represent reality then, right?
No, I said that the word model doesn't imply that.
Okay, but you did say at the beginning your
Yes,
model better represented reality.
Sure.
Now you're saying that models don't represent reality.
No, I said they don't necessarily have to.
Okay, but we're not talking about the models that don't represent reality. We're talking
Sure.
about your model that you said better represented reality. Please
The
stick.
point wasn't what we're talking about. The point was you're defining it wrong, and I was just pointing that out.
We were defining what? Model wrong.
Yes.
I don't have
still
a model.
No,
I think
defining the word
wait,
model
I'm still
isn't presenting a
confused.
model. I
That's one
mean,
thing I'm still
do you know
confused with how a
words?
model can better represent reality as opposed to what?
Yeah,
So
Bacon.
other models.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. What Bev said is correct. I mean, one of the definitions here is model, a representation generally in miniature to show the construction or appearance of something.
Yeah, that's one of the definitions. Surely not the
That's
ones
one
we're
of them.
mentioning here.
Okay,
Yeah,
another
but-
one. Okay, another one is a standard or example for imitation or comparison. So again, that's not reality. That's an imitation of reality in that case.
No, it doesn't say imitation of reality. You could be modeling something that is also not real.
But we're talking about reality. What you know? So,
Sure, but
and you're talking
no,
about
actually
modeling,
not. We're
modeling.
talking about definitions.
Well, if we're talking about the Earth is our reality we live in. And then if you're talking about a model of that, then you're modeling reality. You're trying to.
Yeah, in this meaning of in this specific context, yes, but we're just defining models. So the definitions you're presenting are not exactly the context that we're using. The reason why
You've just spent a load of time saying nothing.
No, I'm not saying nothing. We're debating definitions because you're using
No,
them
we're
wrong all
not
the time.
debating definitions.
Well, we were.
No, we were
are
having a
arguing for them.
discussion about a
Sure.
model. You jumped in and said models are good because my model better
No.
represents reality.
Yes. The second part I agree.
And then
the
we
first
said,
no.
what are you talking about? Now you're going into a definitional game.
Yeah, because when you use the word model in many sentences,
Just
they
tell
didn't
us
match
about
the
your
meaning of this
model
word.
that it better represent reality.
Well, you're supposed to know it since you so confidently claims it doesn't match his reality, right?
I'm sorry, but I'm still having a problem with. I'm still having a problem with the phrase, "The model better represents reality." Reality is
Sure.
reality.
Yeah.
How's that
So
phrase
what you're
make
saying
any
is
sense?
the model represents reality better than reality?
No, I never compared the model with the reality. When I said better, I wasn't saying better than reality. Stop implying that. I never said it. It
So
was
stop talking
obviously
about
not what I
model and
intended
start
to
talking
say.
about reality.
Sorry?
I said, then stop talking about it and start talking about reality.
Well, we were talking about a model and how it matches reality. We can't
What
separate
model?
them both. They're both important. The
He's
globe
talking
model, of
about
course.
your model that you get defensive over. In which you jumped in and said your model that you get defensive over represents reality better.
Yeah.
I then pointed out to you, I do not have a model. I just have reality.
Well, we all have
how can
reality.
your model that you can't represent because you can't tell us about it represent reality better than reality? How does that work?
Well, because none of us can just look at the whole Earth and see what shape it is, right? We can only see it small chunks at a time. So none of us have direct observation of the shape of the Earth. So to infer it, we have to
where you can't see, right?
Sorry?
So it's pointless to talk about a model that you can't fully see and experience.
No, because different models have different consequences. There are
Yeah, I
different
think you're
predictions.
contradicting yourself there.
You just were talking about one model
Okay.
that you said represents reality better than reality represents reality.
No, I never said better than reality. Stop saying that. It never came out of my
Show
mouth.
us your model.
It's live stream. You can just check it.
Then
If you show
stop
me your
talking about a
model,
model.
if you show me your model, I'll show you mine.
Well, I mean, the whole model, the whole high school.
What whole model?
Yeah, I mean, do you want everything? It's from geocentrism to, I mean, I don't know which part to which level of reality you guys deny. I mean, I heard people who deny
mobile model.
even atoms.
Who's denying reality? I mean, you're the one talking about a model that you say
Yeah,
represents
talking
reality.
about a model isn't denying reality. It's just talking about the model. Whether or not the model
Okay.
matches reality is something
in
separate.
reality, how would you describe reality?
How would I describe
Without
reality?
referring to a model. Yeah, without referring to a model.
You mean the meaning of reality?
No,
Or how reality is?
no, like describe something in reality without relying on your model to describe it.
Which
how would
thing
you,
do
how
you
would
want
you
me to
talk
describe?
anything? Anything.
Like
Any observation that you think you want to talk about?
Like, what you want me to describe an object? I'm not getting what you want from me.
Right, can I just cut in here and point
Yeah.
out what's going on? Andy, as he's just put in the chat, he says, you do have a model and it's wrong. The fact you think you don't have a model shows you shouldn't even be a part of the conversation. Right, so
I said,
some
he
guys
said that
come
to
in
me?
and said, no, he said
Hello.
that to me.
Oh, okay.
Right, I don't have a model. You're the one that's come in and told us you have a model that better represents reality. You've then waffled on about definitions of models, and now you're saying, which model do you want? Do you want the whole model? And it's like, yeah, give us everything in one package of a model. Like, hand it to us, right, as a model, like a representation of what you think better represents reality. And if you can't do that, then you and Andy are just wasting time.
Well,
because you've
depending
got
on the reason
nothing.
why we can't.
You've
I
just got
mean,
words
no.
to say that
If-
you've got a model that's better than reality, but you can't
No one
represent it. You're
said
just
that.
going to tell us
Stop
reality.
misquoting.
It's reality.
Can you stop misquoting me?
Go on then.
I never said
Please.
it's better than reality. I never said that. It never came out of my mouth. You
Better
keep implying that I
represents
said that.
reality.
Yes, I never said better than reality. Stop saying that.
Well, what
You
does it
did.
better represent
That's one of the
reality
first
than?
things you said.
Yeah, I said it better represents reality. When I said
Than
better
what?
than
Then
other
what?
models.
What
Or
other
what
model?
models?
Are you going to
And-
dictate to us what our model is, even though we're
No.
sitting here telling you?
No. But
that
this
we're
is
not?
no. The claim that I'm disputing is that instead of a flat Earth, there's any.
We're not
There-
talking about that.
It's
We're
like
just talking
flat
about
Earth.
reality. Are you saying reality
Can you let me answer?
is a flat Earth?
No, I never said that.
Okay, well, don't misrepresent me.
Why? Why do you think I said that?
Well, because you're flat Earth obsessed, no doubt.
Well,
Well,
the thing
you-
is, we say, wait a second, we say reality is horizontals are parallel. A level is a tool for establishing horizontal. And we say that. Now, how can
horizontals are parallel is the same thing as claiming that the surface is flat.
No, it's not.
No.
Yes, it is.
No,
No.
it's not.
The surface is
Unless you're
measurably
defining
not.
horizontal in a different way to a tangent plane to the surface.
Is measurably not flat, and you use horizontal plane of reference to verify that with measurements.
If
Yeah,
you're talking
change
about
in
absolutely
elevation.
flat, then of course none of us. But we're talking of Earth as a
So
whole.
what are you saying? Well, where in reality can you say that horizontal is not parallel to horizontal and show it without referring to your model?
Yeah, that
Your
I can
model
use.
represents reality, right?
Well, depends on what you mean by horizontal.
Well, you said your model represents reality.
Definitional again.
How
Come on,
many
dude.
definitions?
But
of horizontal do you
it
need?
does depend, doesn't it?
Semantics. You don't know what horizontal is?
Of course I do.
Right. Well, why are you asking for the definition of horizontal?
Wait a minute.
Because
wait.
often,
Wait. This is the same guy. We don't even need to do this because this was the same guy that said you can't make a. You said the last time we talked, you didn't even know how to make a horizontal, so this really isn't going to go anywhere.
What do you mean? I said I don't know how to make
in a water
horizontal.
level. Yeah, the last time you talked, we were over at I forget where it was. Did he come over to next level, or we were at?
Yeah, he was at next level. He came.
Okay,
over.
and we asked about the horizontal, and
He
asked
came
you
over with
how to
Don
create.
Geo and them, didn't he?
Yeah, and you said you didn't know how it could be done.
Sure said that. It's not a hard answer. You could just use.
I don't know. There was a
water.
couple of people that are in here that were there, and you could ask them.
It's on video.
Right?
I've seen
All right.
the video. Bacon.
Can you link me that?
I see what you mean about their tactics.
Mm-hmm.
So
under what precision do you want the
There you go,
horizontal
like
line?
that, jumping in while somebody's talking.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think this subject was
He was
finished.
just about to tell everybody about one of your tactics. Did you not want him to say that?
Tactics.
Yeah.
I prefer you to address my point.
You haven't addressed any point that's been put to you, but you
Like
keep
what?
saying,
Like which one?
Here we go.
The first one.
Which is?
Can't you remember what the first one was?
I wasn't here. Maybe you
I
guys.
failed to see a point here. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, you failed.
If you know, just why are you afraid to going back to the subject? Just say it if you think it was.
Who's afraid of it?
We're not afraid of
you
any
trying to
subject
put something on to me?
Just say, my friend, what was the point? And yeah, I answer. You want the answer? Just make the point again. What the point is? You want me to answer?
You've been
The
asked.
point is that you are obfuscating. You are not answering anything. It's
I'm asking you to
obvious
make the point so I can answer. How am I
everybody that
obfuscating?
you're just doing it even more.
Yeah.
I'm
He's just done it
asking
again.
you. I'm asking you to rephrase
He's
the
doing it
point so I
again.
can answer. How am I
Every time you're
obfuscating?
doing it again.
All right, so let's stop obfuscating. What's the point?
Of talking to you, not got a clue.
Yeah.
Go on, make the point. I can answer then. Let's stop
You're
obfuscating.
triggered about your model.
You're not going to
claim
make the
you
point.
have a model that is a better representative of reality. You've not shown us anything about that model.
Oh, what do you want to know about the model?
You've been asked 3 or 4
One
times
point- tell us
about
how
your
to
model,
create
how it is
horizontal.
better than
Well,
reality.
wait a second.
And you
I
haven't
never
answered it.
said better than reality. Stop saying
You
that.
did. You did.
No, I never did.
Better
No, that's the
represents
problem. That's the
reality.
problem. You
No,
guys
that's
don't have
denial.
ears.
Here
Because
we
I
go.
link the video. We have this recorded. I never said better than reality. I never said better than. You guys kept repeating that as if I said it.
Represents
I never said it.
reality. Stop
Yes?
obfuscating, but show
No,
us the
I'm not
model.
obfuscating. You're misquoting me.
The model that better represents reality.
Yeah, it's a
Show
model of a
it
roughly
to
spherical
us,
Earth
please.
with a radius of roughly about
Oh, here we go.
6,000 kilometers. And
How'd you get the radius?
700.
Let's get the radius in. Let's get the radius in. Come on.
Jump to conclusions.
Oh, there are multiple ways to get the radius.
You just did it.
Give us one.
You can use
Just one.
GPS.
No.
Wait
Yes,
a
you
second.
can.
GPS was created from first order measurements,
you
which
can
relied
find-
on the fact that horizontals are parallel to get elevation differences. So try.
What?
You want to take a mulligan on that one?
Do you know how GPS works?
Yes,
I know
he's just
GPS.
told you.
How
Yes.
does the GPS work? No, that's not how GPS works. You just said how it was established.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you need to know.
No, that's not how we need to know because we get
Yeah.
those
First
we
order
get those
measurements.
measurements real time anywhere in the world.
No. GPS would not
Maybe-
exist if it wasn't for first order measurements.
Buster, I don't think he
No,
knows
no,
what
no.
a first
It
order
doesn't
measurement
matter.
is. Don't talk all over me, Bacon. Answer what a first order measurement is.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with
Yeah,
this
there you
term.
go.
There you go.
What
Nice,
a
thank you.
first order measurement is.
He said he didn't know.
He
Give
doesn't
him a
know.
mulligan
Yeah,
on
I'm
that
not
one.
familiar with this term.
Yeah.
I mean, Is that an argument? I'm not familiar with the
Yeah,
term,
yeah,
so
just
therefore you don't
most
have to
accurate
prove your
measurements for
point.
distances and heights for elevation that have already been established and taken.
Yeah, how do
From
my cell phone know
datum
where it
points.
is? Okay, tell me how.
benchmark,
What's the data? What's the format of the data?
benchmarks.
Can you clarify that?
Benchmarks,
Can you elaborate?
elevations, they've done lines, they've done spirit level, they call it.
Okay, how does my cell phone know where it is?
Wow.
Is your cell phone
You should do
sentient?
more investigation.
Yeah.
No, I'm not asking because I don't know. I want to know what do you think. How do you think it works?
Oh,
Is
magic.
is
Change
your
the
cell phone
subject.
sentient?
It's magic.
Sorry,
Is your cell phone sentient?
if my cell phone sentient.
Yeah, because you asked me, how does your cell phone know where it is? Is it sentient? Is it thinking?
Oh, so you want to take the word "no" in that meaning, so you can obfuscate from
Oh,
the
here we go.
obvious understanding of the question.
No,
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 you just
no, no.
you,
No,
you
no,
said,
no.
how
You
does
just
my cell phone know
obfuscated.
how it where it is?
All right, let me better
What's-
phrase the question. How does it get the information from its position?
Magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I think it works. That makes
Mhm.
sense why you don't understand why this point is valid.
You absolutely missed the point of all of the
Yeah.
first order measurements, and you've gone to
Yeah.
a phone,
Yeah,
and then you've
okay.
obfuscated.
No, that's not enough. Saying there are first order measurements that doesn't tell how the GPS is working on my
Doesn't mean
phone.
anything
You
to
don't
you
even
'cause
know
you
what a
don't know
first
what
order
they are.
is.
Well, you just explained. I want to understand now how does the GPS in the phone works?
Yeah,
How
it
do you
goes
think
through
that works?
it
I'm
goes through
out.
fiber optic cables that go throughout the earth.
There's no optic
That's how
cable
you,
connected to my
you get
phone.
it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, but
Wait a
there's
minute.
no optic
He
cable
brought up
connected to my
That's
phone.
how you got your GPS though. Just so you know.
No.
There's
He
no
brought up
cable.
GPS, and
There's no
GPS would not exist without the first order measurements that were done before
that
that was
doesn't
established.
explain how it's working on the phone.
First order measurements, feet on the ground, chains, first order measurements. They measured with tape, the tools to set horizontals with horizontals being parallel, set benchmarks all the way across. GPS wouldn't exist without those.
Okay, and how does the phone detect its position?
Doesn't
Okay,
matter.
we have
You're,
those.
you're just
We
whistling
have
past the
those, and now what?
graveyard.
Yeah.
Sorry?
How about this? Bacon, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can ask too now.
Are you familiar with the LORAN system?
No.
You should look into the LORAN system. LORAN.
Okay.
Start there. Start there.
Is that how GPS works?
All right, go on. Tell us how GPS works. Let's have
Oh, it gets the distances from known position of satellites. It isn't.
All right.
Isn't I think the word is well, what's the I'm missing the word here, but there's the data set of where satellites are going to be at certain point in time, and then we can know what are the expected positions around the Earth of each satellite, and given the time delay of the signal of every single satellite, we can know the distances from the point that we are to those satellites themselves. And that can only resolve to a certain location on the surface of the Earth. And that gives you a three-dimensional coordinate. And that three-dimensional coordinate is then translated into latitude and longitude.
No, it gives you a two-dimensional coordinate.
No, it gives a three-dimensional. No.
Not
So
a
you don't know.
three-dimensional.
You're making claims about
no, sir.
never looking.
The surface of a sphere in your model, what you guys say
Don't
is it's
tell him.
two-dimensional.
Yeah, don't give it
No,
away.
Enabled.
Let
it
him,
never
let him have
worked.
3D. Like it's 3D, definitely.
No,
And
He
it's
doesn't have a
definitely-
fucking clue, you
definitely
guys.
little
GPS.
things
Doesn't
floating
have a
around,
clue.
sending beams down, measuring straight line distances, because that's what they do, innit?
If you ever worked with GPS,
Have you ever worked with GPS?
well, we have on the university.
Have you ever worked with GPS or just held a cell phone?
Not directly to the device, but I helped writing the code to get from those three-dimensional coordinates to latitude and
Writing the
longitude.
code.
Right.
Bacon, I'm
Brilliant.
going to
Yes,
help you out.
because
I'm going to help.
because the device was giving three-dimensional coordinates, and we needed latitude and longitude.
How do you have a three-dimensional coordinate?
That's what the device responds.
Can I
Whereas
get a
the
quick
device
definition
attached-
of a
you know what
bullshit detector?
You know what an Arduino is?
Here you go. Bullshit detector.
You know what an Arduino is not a detector. You know what an Arduino
Coming
is?
off.
You don't know what an
one right in my
Arduino is?
hands right now.
A
Do you know what-
microprocessor?
Turn the sophistry up.
Well, that's actually, I mean,
70%.
every student of any engineering is going to know that because we have to work with
Who are you talking to?
microprocessors.
I'm an engineer.
So,
All right, so you do know what a microprocessor is, right?
Can I just point out, right? As long as we're getting banned from people like Blues and Bob the Science Guy and Open Debate
Jose.
Server and Jose's, right? Because people get triggered by what we say. Then we get people like Bacon just coming in and telling us that he has a model that better represents reality, even though we were just talking about, you know, how triggered people with models get. Right now, then he's come in and he's just injected himself into a conversation, and he's now telling us about computer programming or something.
Yeah, because you made a claim on how
Because you
GPS
can't-
works that doesn't match how it actually
Can't
works.
support your claim for the model, which was the first bit that you
I am.
came in.
I'm just talking
You're
about
just doing
GPS because you guys
sophistry
asked
because
how
you
to get
want
a radius.
continue on talking.
Yes,
Pretty obvious.
I'm
Yeah,
answering.
because you're triggered by your model. Like you
No,
get
I'm
triggered by
triggered
people
by
talking
your
about-
nonsense, and I'm trying to answer it.
Yeah.
nonsense. We tried to tell you how GPS got its origin.
You don't know how GPS works. You don't even know it gives you a three-dimensional coordinate.
Didn't say how it works.
You
That's what I
said
was-
it gives you a two-dimensional coordinate. It doesn't.
I
If you
didn't say
ever
that.
had to, it might not be exactly you, but that's what I heard
Okay.
here some seconds ago.
How does
Alright.
GPS know your altitude?
If you ever had to make the integration of a
How does
microprocessor
GPS
with a
know your
GPS,
altitude?
because it has a three-dimensional, it gives you a three-dimensional coordinate. It doesn't tell you your altitude. You have
If
to
you
resolve
want
that.
to get frustrated by
Did you
somebody
write that
talking
radius-
shite,
that radius
then
value in there?
Sorry?
engage.
I think you programmed that radius value into your computer program. Where'd you get that radius value from?
The radius value for what? What do you mean? Where does the radius enters
What do you
here?
mean? What do you mean? What radius?
Yeah. Give him his
I mean,
radius.
where
his
does the radius enter?
three-dimensional?
Yeah, that
your
coordinate doesn't.
three-dimensional
That
coordinate
coordinate
system.
is, yeah, that three-dimensional coordinate is it's not related to the radius.
What
It's
radius?
just a distance.
What radius?
Well, he mentioned the radius, so ask
Yeah,
him.
but what radius? But you were just talking about the radius. What
I
radius? are you
was answering
talking about?
him. There's no radius regarding the three-dimensional coordinates. It's just a three-dimensional coordinates
Yeah. What? So that would be
For what?
X, Y,
On
and Z.
what?
of your position.
X, Y, and Z. Cartesian
what?
coordinates.
On the Earth?
Yes, on the Earth.
Yeah. Cartesian coordinates. X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Okay.
So where was the base of that?
Would you know your elevation?
Where was your 0 point of your X, Y, Z coordinates?
On the center of the Earth.
Okay. So the center of what?
The Earth.
Does it have a radius?
An average one, yes, for sure.
So you weren't talking about a radius, or was he talking about a radius and you had a center point? If you've got a center point, what's it the center of?
Of the orbits of the satellites.
Does that have a radius?
Well, each individual one has
Does
a
it
different
have a radius?
Each individual one has a different radius, and none
Right,
of them
did
is the
you
radius of the
ask
Earth.
for a radius that you obfuscated that you're now saying
Did you hear my
center
answer?
and you did not know radius?
Did you hear my answer?
No, because you're talking shite.
Well, because they're not listening. That's why I think it's.
Go on, where was the
shite.
radius then? Or were you talking about the radius? Or
I
weren't
just
you
said there are
talking about the
multiple
radius?
orbits. Which radius do you want?
The radius.
Of which orbit?
Give us I'll tell you what, number 24.
Oh, you expect me to know that from the top of my head?
Give us the radius of the one that you do know.
Well, of course I don't know anyone from the top
So
of my
you
head.
don't know any of the radiuses then, but you do know that there
From
was a
the top of my
radius.
head.
You do know
No.
there was a radius though, because there was a center.
Of the orbits. Actually, well, there are two centers because some of them are elliptical, if I'm not
Yeah, so
mistaken.
which radius are we going after then?
Well, it depends on which satellite you're picking.
Yeah, satellite 24 or number 2. 33.
I have no idea.
Okay. So would you
Yeah.
have any idea on any of them? Or is that why you obfuscated the radius question at the beginning? Because you didn't know about the radius, but you did know the radius, but
No,
you didn't know any of the radius numbers.
No. There are many radiuses involved in this.
Okay. So now you know about the radiuses that you seem to have forgot at the beginning where you were obfuscating.
No, I didn't
when he
forgot. I said I
radius.
didn't know which one. I
Is
said I
that what
didn't
you
know
said to
which
him
one.
at the beginning when he said radius? Did you say which radius? Because I can't give you any radius values. Is that what you said right at the very beginning of when this conversation started?
The
Or were you
conversation about the
acting like you
satellites or the
didn't know what
conversation
you were
about the
talking
model?
about when you said radius? When can you
We
not
overspoke.
remember? So have you
We
forgotten
spoke
about
over
when
each
the
other. Can you
radius thing happened at the beginning where you couldn't remember radius?
What? Can you state the question? Because I'm lost
I'm
now on what you want from me.
I'm rooting for you, Bacon.
Okay, make a question that I can understand so I can enter. Go on.
I'm listening, but I'm rooting for you.
No, not you, Bev. Yeah, I get it. Thank you. Go on,
I
Bev.
stand with
What was
Bacon.
your question?
Me too.
Oh, thank you guys all for the support. Now go on, Bev. What's your question?
Can you show us the model that you say better represents reality?
I mean, the globe model. Yeah.
Whichever model you want to show us.
Yeah, I think you heard about this model a lot of times for a long time. What else do you want from me about this model
are you
that you
talking
don't
about?
want to?
Show us, please.
Okay, so there's the sun about, I think it's 500,000 or no, 1 second. It's a one astronomical unit.
500 million bazillion. Get right.
Yeah, 1 second.
It's one astronomical minute.
Yeah,
Wow.
unit, not minute. Yeah, it's 150 million kilometers away from the Earth, which has a
That's
radius
exact,
of about.
isn't it?
Yeah,
150
well,
million exactly.
It's roughly.
Roughly, yeah. All right, that'll do.
Yeah, it's an elliptic orbit, so that varies through the year.
Elliptic. That sounds good.
Yeah. I mean, we should know that at this point, I guess. And then there's the Earth, which is roughly an ellipsoid.
You did say orbit. Do you mean a straight line that returns back on itself geometrically, mathematically?
No, it's not a straight line. It's
an
an
orbit
ellipse.
An orbit is.
So you're defining an orbit as a translation. It's not the orbit I'm talking about.
Mathematically, mathematically, it's a
Yeah,
straight line.
the
that returns back on
orbit
itself.
has
I mean,
only
you should
one
know that.
meaning. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, can you demonstrate?
Is that the only meaning of orbit that you can understand?
A chewing gum. Okay, yes, it is also a chewing gum.
Okay, so
Comes in
now you
many
can't
flavors.
complain about semantical arguments then, because that's exactly what you're doing right now. You know what I mean when I say orbit. That's not what I mean when I say orbit. That should be crystal clear what it means.
I know what you mean. Of course I do. Definitely. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, so stop
All
pretending you don't.
We all know what you mean.
So stop pretending
Can you
don't.
demonstrate it?
Yeah.
Well, you ask it for the model.
Yeah, just ignore me then. Just ignore me then.
I want. If you want evidence for the model, right? Is that what you're asking now?
Can you demonstrate an orbit in reality?
Well, the moon is orbiting the Earth. The Earth is orbiting the sun. Those are all orbits. Oh, actually, you can even see the moons of Jupiter orbiting it if you have a telescope. That's not that expensive. It's quite easy to observe, actually.
4 moons out of
It's
how
quite
many?
easy to observe the moon.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Yep.
the moons of
Well,
Jupiter
actually,
now. I
not
can
this
see
time
them
of year.
going
It's a bit
around
cloudy
Jupiter.
around here. You live in the
No.
UK, right?
You see 4 little dots. That's all you see.
Yeah, oscillating a sign pattern, right?
Well,
Around.
around. See, you're doing it again. Can you see those go around anything?
Yeah, when they're behind you, you can see it. When they're on the front, you can.
You can see it behind something, so you can
Yeah,
see
if
it
you have
actually behind it.
if you have a good enough telescope,
Back
you can
up.
see them passing behind it.
If you've got a good enough telescope, you can see behind it.
No, you can see them passing behind it. They keep coming and going. When they're coming, they're going on front, and when they're going, they're coming
Do
at
you
the
have a
back.
telescope?
Oh, this no, I don't.
Okay.
It doesn't mean I never used one.
Yeah,
You
nice.
saw it on a
Yeah,
video.
it's okay. I mean, like we can imagine, like we've all.
No. I'm
got
not
things
asking
like-
you to imagine. There's an
It's
observatory
okay.
in my
I've seen
city.
a really good observatory telescope. Yeah. Got one.
So have you looked at Jupiter with the telescope?
Absolutely.
Right. So you've seen the moons of Jupiter orbiting it, right?
I've seen some dots around it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, and they're oscillating a sign pattern. And when they're going in one direction, they go in front, and when they're going the other direction, they go behind it, right?
What makes you think they're going behind us? I don't see.
He's seen it. He'll have seen it. He's got. I bet
It
you've
gets
got a
blocked
video of
by
it,
the-
haven't you?
Because it's
Yeah.
blocked by Jupiter.
I bet you've got a video of this happening. You could show us, right?
Oh, I think there's some on YouTube, but if you want,
Okay.
I could even
Well, you've definitely
spend
seen
some
it, though,
time in
right?
the observatory.
You've definitely seen that in the observatory.
Well, not a full orbit of the moons, but
Oh.
I was
This is
Yeah,
getting. I mean, it sounds great at first, but then
So I have-
we get let down, mate.
No, I mean, what you're asking is not.
Seen a
It's not like
picture
it
of
was. One sec. It's not like it was prohibited. I could just go there and stay for hours and see that. There's nothing that prevents me from doing that.
Hey, most of us here have got P1000, so we can just do it anyway.
So
Just
what
go
do you
out and-
think? What do you think would
Well,
happen if I
I
look
only
to
have
Jupiter?
a B700,
Yeah.
but it's still really good. It's got 64 times optical zoom.
700.
Yeah, so
I
you
don't
can
think a
still
700 is good
see
enough
it.
to see the moons going behind and in front of Jupiter, is it?
How do you know they're going behind?
Yeah. Would you?
Sorry?
Well, what's the best camera that you've seen them going behind Jupiter with?
I think it was a 1000.
A P1000.
Yeah, I think
What
so.
if they're just going inside?
All right, that's an interesting hypothesis.
Did you try it with the P700 or the 700?
No, but I've seen how
So you
planets
just
look like on
imagine
those
that it
cameras, so I don't
you
think
imagine
they
it
would
wouldn't
be very
work
good.
on that. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Because I've seen people trying to get pictures of planets with those, and they don't look very focused.
What about
So,
if
yeah.
you used like an auto level? You just pointed it at the 30. That's a 32 times scope.
What are you talking about?
I've heard they're good for
24.
long distance observations.
The Adelaide too, I think.
Yeah, like 26 kilometers. That's crazy, bro.
But if they're pointing straight up, then you've got no refraction or anything like that. They'll work.
See
They
for
will
miles.
work.
You get like you don't have to bother with a refraction index calculator or anything like that.
The crosshairs will be right in the middle.
So what was this? Was this one of your proofs of what? Things going behind something.
Moons of Jupiter better represent reality.
Oh right, yeah, than reality. I mean, that sounds brilliant. Yeah, it was an observation.
That's not the summation of the model, isn't just moons orbiting. You just asked for an example. I gave you. Now you're pretending that's the whole model. That makes no sense.
Hey,
Is that not the whole model then? There's more.
Yeah, there's the entire high
Brilliant.
school
Come on then,
physics.
let's go.
There is
Let's go. If that's just the
graduate
start,
level
I'm
physics. All of that is part of the
loving it.
model.
Let's talk about the physics of water.
Oh yeah,
Sorry?
that's good.
Physics
Yeah,
of
What
water.
about it?
how does the
What about
physics
it?
of water work on your model, as opposed to reality?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the heliocentric model is related to physics of water
What?
in a very meaningful way.
What?
Meaningful? Maybe just casually then.
Keep going.
Well, what's related? What's the relationship between them?
Physics. We'll start off with that, right?
Yeah, they're both physics, but
And
how is it relevant?
reality. They're both
What
in
exactly
reality
about
as well.
what exactly about the physics of water you want to know?
Well,
What's physical first?
yeah.
Okay, sure,
You can study it,
sure, agree.
and there's things like hydrostatic equilibrium, the law of communicating vessels,
Okay,
all sorts of stuff. You know,
yeah,
does your
that's
model
why we
say?
have fluid dynamics to study those things.
Wow. Quick,
Yeah.
Google, quick. Go.
What?
What does your model say about it? The physics
About
of
fluid
water?
dynamics?
Yeah. What does it say particularly about flow?
What do you mean? What does it say about flow? There are probably many
Of
different
water.
things you could say about flow.
Flow of water. Like,
What
'cause
about the flow of water?
we know
Ugh.
how water flows. Do you? On your model.
What about the flow of water do you want me to know?
What about then possibility uphill rivers? Yay or nay?
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Oh, you might ought to talk to Zanuck about that.
Well, I mean, like, making sense. Maybe, like, I mean, who knows? But I mean, what about your model
What about the model?
with uphill rivers?
There's no uphill rivers on the model.
Oop.
Sure.
You better check.
Yeah, I did.
Uh-oh.
People claiming that are just confusing up with north. On our model, up isn't a single direction. It varies depending on which point you are on the surface.
Nope.
Well, if you think you have any understanding of the model, you should know that.
Okay, right. Well, here we go. I think I've got a clip I can get you and put it in here because this is the US
what's the name
Geological Geo.
I've only heard the name a million times. I forgot it now because I guess it wasn't that meaningful.
There we go. It's only 13 seconds, so there you go. You might have heard him. He might have been called Moyoc Man or Zanuck. It depends. Have a little clicky on that and listen to what that guy says. I'll do it as well.
Said it's 8 meters higher at the mouth than at the source.
Yep.
Okay, high regarding sea level.
Well, that is the mouth. It would be at the sea, right? That's where the mouth is. Do you know? Do you want to Google? Do you want to Google? St. Lawrence River.
No, how do they make the measurement? Who made the measurement?
Google.
Start with.
He said the US Geological, didn't he? In that thing, that fella. The US Geological Survey thingy measured.
Okay, well, wouldn't that be a problem for both round and flat Earth?
What?
Assuming that's a correct measurement, wouldn't that challenge? I mean, independently of whether or not it's
you have to assume that that's a correct measurement, right? And I would assume not. But I mean,
yeah, it doesn't sound like a correct measurement as well.
Model, isn't it? Do you know Zanuck?
No.
I'm sure he's one of your superiors.
He might be 10.
I don't think he's Brazilian with that name.
You're new, aren't you? You're new to this.
I don't have any superior from other
Yeah,
countries.
but you are new to this arena, right? There are grandfather rights for people that have been in the globe argument for extended periods of time, right? You've got to realize that.
You'd like that to be the case, right?
Well, no, I'm just telling you, right? There are certain
It doesn't
arguments
make
that have
it
been
doesn't matter.
established by these people, like Einstein,
No.
right? Einstein made his thing up, and Zanuck has got uphill rivers and rolling balls online.
Yeah, we don't have authorities. We don't care about what anyone said.
These
just
are top
because
globe
certain
proofs. You can't be going against them.
Well, if you
Can't be
think
the
that,
new guy
then you
just
should
walking
agree
in
with
and
him, right?
trouncing all over that. It'd be like you trying to get rid of Sean Hawkins. Get out of
Right.
here.
You give me a
Polaris
13
argument's rubbish.
seconds footage. There's no context beyond that I can get from the video.
Okay, let's see if I can find
He just brought it up like 2 days ago. You
Yeah.
missed it.
He was
Sure.
in it.
And why he made that claim? What was his point with that claim?
Uphill rivers. It proves a globe, right? It could only happen on a globe.
Why
it has
would
to be a globe for you to have uphill rivers?
So you think
The
his
globe
argument
proves.
is that globes require uphill rivers?
Well, no.
You think that?
He said that the river goes uphill, and he's had
And
to
why do you
stick
think
to
he
it.
would
I mean,
say that?
he's not the only one, right? He's had
What was his
support.
point with
Different
that?
rivers. But
I want to understand the
do
context.
you
What
not
was he
have
trying
any
to get
rivers?
to?
You were not going to at least give
Can you
the
answer my
chance
question,
that there
please?
might be an uphill river.
Can you answer my question, please? What was his point with that? Because I only have 13 seconds of that. So if you can
Uphill
give me a better
rivers.
context. So he wanted to say that there are uphill rivers, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. To argue for what?
Uphill
Well,
rivers.
why was he arguing for uphill rivers?
It's Zanuck. Come on, man. Get into it. Why are you arguing for why he was arguing? It's Zanuck.
No, I want to understand the context. I mean, you were in the conversation, weren't you?
Yeah.
All right. So you might know why he was arguing for uphill rivers. Why was that relevant to the conversation?
Because he wanted to tell us that there were uphill rivers. I mean, like, who knows why people
So it's
say
because
some of
yes.
the things.
So okay, so you're not giving me a better answer than
Because
what I can
there is
assume.
not one. It was Zanuck. You don't know Zanuck.
Yeah, that doesn't sound. It doesn't. I mean, if you're claiming he's a top globe Earth prover, I don't remember which term you used. Then that wouldn't make sense.
He says he's
to
one of your
uphills-
best. I didn't say he was a top one.
All right. To
right,
recap,
so-
St. Lawrence River uphill. It's globe.
He's globe.
Can I have the full video so I can better understand the context?
Oh, what? Are you sure?
Sure.
Uphill rivers and rolling balls.
Yeah, you don't know the
That's a
argument that well.
classic. You picked a good one. Of all of the videos, that probably could be one of the best, I think. I'll find it for you.
Bacon.
That was my favorite. That was my favorite. That was the first time I heard you guys.
I redid it, didn't I? Just recently.
Yeah. It was. Oh, I enjoyed it. A little bit of nostalgia. Zanuck left for a while, then he came back.
Moyoc as.
Yeah, when they were making fun of him for his perpendicular to plumb, and funny enough, it came back around like a year and a half later.
Bacon. Do you think water can actually flow uphill?
Doesn't sound likely.
Right. Okay.
Would
Thank
you
you
be
for your answer.
surprised that there were people on the globe that have different rivers that do flow uphill? I mean, it was a conversation point that we had for quite a while. Was it beforehand?
Well, we did have a guy the
Well,
other day. Was it 2 days ago? Hang on.
Just 30 seconds of they're just claiming it.
Well, we did have a
Because
guy.
Go on.
We did have a guy the other day that said he could make a horizontal over a distance, and I could go put my water level, and he said it would drop away from his horizontal that he made. What do you think to that?
He said he could make a horizontal over
Yeah,
distance, and if you use the water level, it would. Yeah, what distance is he talking about?
Oh, I think it was, we were talking about 1,000. Did I say feet or yards? I can't remember. Doesn't
That's
matter.
a very big difference.
There you go. Uphill
I
rivers.
know.
But yeah,
curved
it should.
levels, rolling balls.
If the but the horizontal is only going to be horizontal to the starting point, right?
No. He said he's a surveyor. He says he could make me a horizontal over four pegs.
Sure, but
Oh,
yeah,
hang on,
you
let me
understand that. You understand that in a globe model, a horizontal it moves with the observer, right? So the horizontal that
this guy says wait a second. This guy says he was a surveyor, and I asked him, could he make me a horizontal?
Sure, I'm not disagreeing
over,
with that. I'm just explaining that
On
the
the
horizontal is regarding a certain point, right?
Well, you can't have horizontal at a point. Even he wasn't having that.
He's
What
saying
do you
on the
mean you can't
model,
have it at a
right? He
point?
knows how the model works, right? Obviously, the word's gone around that on the model, there's no such thing as a horizontal, right?
If you have horizontal at a point, then it's just call it. It's just vertical. I mean, if it's at a point, that's ridiculous. That's just redundant.
No. You missed the point.
No, it's tangent.
He put it on the vertical, exactly where you're going to put it.
Yeah, but as soon as you move from that point, you get a different vertical.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's just how it works on the model.
Well, no, hang on a second though. This guy was a surveyor, and I asked him if he could make me a horizontal over 1,000 feet, and he said, "Yeah, I sure can. I can mark them on the post." And I said,
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Well, if you let me finish what I was saying, then you can respond. But he said he could make me a horizontal over a distance, 4 pegs, mark them. I could go put my water level, and he said the water level would gradually drop away from those marks that he made.
Sure.
You agree with that?
Yeah, this sounds like doable.
Oh.
Yeah,
so what
there's so
happens
many
when what happens when you go to the other end and you set up to make your new horizontal from where the water level drops away?
It won't be perpendicular to that first one at that point. I mean, it won't be parallel. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, so you have the starting point. You have the starting point of the horizontal. And as you move away, level drops, right?
You can't have parallel points, right?
Yeah. I corrected the bad wording.
Yeah, go on then.
So yeah,
is
I'll
horizontal a line now, or is it?
I'm going to explain again then. So he made a horizontal from one point to the next, right?
He gave me four lines on 4 posts and said they were all horizontal.
Yeah, they were all horizontal to the first one, right?
Well, he said he could. I asked specifically, could he transfer that horizontal from post to post? He said yes, sure can.
What does that mean? Like, what do you mean to
transfer the horizontal from post to post with the equipment, auto level? He could give me
horizontal is from
change,
point to point.
You mean change the marks to make it horizontal to the last point?
I just asked. He said he was a surveyor, and I asked, could you give me a horizontal over 4 posts over a distance, and they'll all be on the same horizontal? And he said yes.
Sure.
Transferring the horizontal from post to post.
Okay.
And then I said, when I go to set my water level up and I make the first upright from the water level, the tube, and set it with that first one, what will happen as I go down with my water level and set them up at each post? And he said they'll gradually drop away so that the furthest water level, where they're all connected in the same water in the same tube, will be lower at the last mark and even with the first mark. That's what he was saying.
Sure.
You agree with that?
Yeah.
So what happens if he goes to the other end where the water level has dropped away and makes a new horizontal from where the water level dropped and goes back?
Yeah, then you have to adjust yeah, the marks on the poles will have to change then, because from that perspective you have a different horizontal.
Well, what will the
As it
marks
should be
be as it
crystal
goes
clear
back?
at this point. As it should be crystal clear at this point. In our model,
It's
the
not to
horizontal
me.
changes.
Me either.
Well, that's I'm
That's
trying to
Matt's
make that's not hard to understand.
saying
On the sphere, every single point has a different horizontal line that is tangent to that point on the surface, right?
Well, you
get the
said
claim?
that you agreed with him that the water level would drop away from the marks that he established for me gradually. Each one would gradually drop away. So I asked him at the other end where the water level that he said had dropped away, make new marks from where the water level dropped and go back on the posts and make new marks.
Yes, those new marks would be above the old ones as you went back.
Well, that'd be angling back. That would be angling up. How would that?
No, because you wanted a horizontal from the last one, and the horizontal from the last one is different from the horizontal of the first one.
I think that's a contradiction.
No, that's pretty obvious.
No, that's not.
It's gone up.
It's pretty
On-
not obvious.
Why isn't that obvious?
That's
I mean, it should be
local.
obvious. You understand that that's exactly what you would I'm just
You don't know
describing
what a
what you
water
would
level
expect.
does.
What?
Does the water level care what's underneath it? Do you know what a water level does, or how you establish a horizontal?
Can you ask that again?
Well,
Couldn't get what
Do you
the question
know
was.
how a water level works? Yes,
Yes.
or no? Okay,
Yes.
how?
Yeah, the water has weight, and it's attracted to the earth. So if one
It's attracted to Earth. Okay.
yes, okay, so it's attracted downwards. It's attracted to the ground.
Attracted. Like, is it like
Yes.
a dating thing or something?
It's a what?
How is it attracted?
Oh, that's a different question. Let's go one at a time. So yeah, water has weight, right? And things that have weight fall. Right?
Oh.
Okay, now it's fall. You said attracted. So
Yeah.
one is
Does
Yeah,
the helium
if
balloon
there's
have
an
weight?
attraction force, things accelerate. That's what we call falling.
Does a helium balloon have weight?
Hang
Yes,
on,
it
no,
does.
hang on, Bev. The water falls, right? But how did it get elevated?
Yes, because when we fill the tube with
How
water,
did yeah. When you fill the tube with water, you read the top of the water.
yes, if one is further than the other point from the surface of the earth, there will be more weight
Water
in
will
that side.
equalize
So
and be the
so the
same
force.
height.
Yeah, I'm explaining. If one is higher than the other, there will be more weight at that side than the other. So there will be a difference of forces. And the side who is higher is going to get lower, and the one that is lower is going to get higher. And they'll keep doing that until they find equilibrium.
Sophistry.
Question, please. If
Well,
you
that's a
held,
pretty basic physical explanation of level. It's not why are we calling this sophistry?
if you held a level in your hands, one each of the, one end of the tube, and each, you know what I mean? Like you got both ends, yeah.
Mhm.
And you lower one, and you keep lowering it until it comes to the top of the tube. If you lower one lower than the other one, will the water come out of it? If you lower it lower than the other one?
If the water is going to come out of it,
If you lower one end of the pipe lower than the other end of the water in the other pipe, will the water come out of it?
yeah.
So what do you have to do to make the water not come out of the pipe?
Oh, you don't lower one below the level of the other.
Exactly.
So you just don't do it. The water won't come out.
Exactly. Yeah. So
So
it's level, isn't it? It'll have to be level, equal distance. Yeah. Equal elevation. Sorry.
Okay.
And
And
it can't
if
be
you
higher
had
and it can't be lower. Yeah.
well,
'Cause if it
if you
is,
had
the
an
water will come
open,
out.
if you had an open plan warehouse like quite an say 400 meters by 400 meters, let's say. And the concreters, the engineers, everybody had built that to the level, and then you got a water level above that. So basically, you've already got an established even level surface. Could the water level establish that it is level, even though it already has been calibrated and measured and built level? Would the water level tell you that as well?
Who are you asking now?
Great question, bro. That's
I
great.
didn't get
Bacon,
the
you got an answer for that? Or
I
do you just
didn't actually
black
understand
out
the
and
question.
totally
No,
ignore
no, no. I'm not ignoring. If I would ignore, I wouldn't be here, right? So I just want to understand the question. What was the question? I didn't get it.
If I try to simplify it as much as I can, yeah, you've already got a level even surface that's been built and measured and calibrated. The whole thing, we know it's even and level and horizontal, the whole bit.
Whoa,
and then we get a water level, right?
That's a
On top of that,
presupposition.
just for extra special cherry on the top,
Wait. Is it level or is it horizontal?
Both.
Okay, so you're presupposing a flat surface.
No, we're not presupposing.
Yes, because under
It's
under
been
the-
measured.
When you build a swimming pool, yeah,
it's being measured how?
sorry, mate.
If is it
if
measuring
you
against the
build
level,
if you
then it's
build a
level.
swimming pool, I know it's a bit of an old one to use, but it's it works. If you have a swimming pool, be it 50 meters, the water, if left to rest, if they built that pool correctly, then the outside will be the same distance from the edge to the water, if it's been built to precision. And if you filled that water up, you'd be able to tell whether it is built to precision. If you keep filling it up to the top and it's lower in a different spot, there's more of an edge somewhere, then you know that is actually out. So yeah, you see what I mean? The water shows the level.
I'm struggling to understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Okay,
You're not.
Bacon. Hold on.
It can't be.
What do you mean by level?
Equal altitude.
So horizontal.
Equal
No,
altitude.
that implies a flat Earth.
Well, look up the
Right?
definition of level.
Hold on, Bacon. What do you mean by equal altitude?
Well, we have the surface of the planet, right? That's considered to be zero altitude.
You're playing around now, dude. Like, it's obvious to me, but maybe you don't realize it, but you are. Because you know what an even surface is, Bacon. I know you're smart enough to know that.
An even surface.
Yeah. Don't jump through your own hoops. Like a flat piece of paper.
I know it's
That's
an even
even.
number, not an even surface.
Yes, it is.
No, I'm saying I don't know what an even surface means. I just know what an even number is.
Do you know what a square
Why?
is?
Sure.
Come on, bro. You do.
Okay, I know what a square is.
Square.
Okay, yeah, I know what a square is. Yeah.
And on a piece of paper, you can draw a circle, a triangle, or a square, right?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So just get the piece of paper and extend it 400 meters and make it full of concrete. And then it dries and then you can walk on it.
Sure.
It's just a big version of the piece of paper, right? And then you get a water level to establish and make sure that the precision that the surface area of that warehouse concrete has been calibrated and it is in precision. And one way to do that is with water. The ancients and our ancestors knew this.
Sure.
And that's it. I'm not trying to mess with your mind. Nothing.
Yeah, me neither. But you do understand that under like less than a kilometer, and with the radius that we have in our model, horizontal and level are going to be pretty close, but still going to be different, right?
Wrong.
Why?
Your
So
model.
then the globe model.
Is that your model that better represents reality?
Yes.
Exactly.
Than the water that you're talking about, the reality water.
Okay.
Right, so
Yeah,
do
'cause
you
water's
actually
reality
know
too,
how
Bacon.
reality works? in
Okay, you
order
can
to
claim
have
that,
something
but
that
you can also address the
better
point.
represents it.
Well, can I just make one more point, Bev? Because it's sort of sometimes to convey the information's the again another cherry on the top. But say you've got a solid bacon, right? Concrete, solid, and then the water's the liquid. So you got a solid and a liquid. Do you think that the liquid's going to conform to the shape of the surface?
Yeah.
If you were to empty a water tanker out in the warehouse and just watch it spread over that surface area,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So wherever there's a deviation, that's where the water's sort of going to puddle and pool, right?
The water's going to what?
Like puddle, like a puddle?
At the lowest point is what you're saying. At the lowest point of the concrete.
Yeah.
Will the water go? If there's like a dip in the concrete in a corner, would the water dip with the water? Yeah, with the concrete, sorry. Or
What?
would the water just hold its own level? Do you understand or not?
Spot on level, your audio is not very intelligible to me.
Yeah, sorry, mate. No, I'll leave that. I'll leave it to these guys.
Let me give you one more. Like, say you had the whole surface area, and then you just in one corner, intentionally, you built it like it just has a dip angle. Like, say it's 30 centimeters out. So, and then you could put the water in, and it was sort of with physics, it would be impossible for the water to not go to that area.
Okay.
And run away, like run off. You could drain it.
I'm not sure if I visualized correctly. You mean one of the corners would be away in a smaller angle than 90 degrees? Like it would be
Yeah,
further
it'd just
from?
be lower. It'd just be a bit lower than every other corner. So the three corners would be perfectly calibrated to each other, but the last corner would be out and lower
Right.
than the
Okay. Yeah.
previous.
Then water would sink from that corner. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and drain out, right?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So?
It's hard to do. Have you ever dealt with any leveling or tools or anything like that?
No.
You can tell. I mean, it's not a bad thing because it's a practical thing, right? You have to experience it.
I don't think that changes anything regarding a
It
level
does.
or water level.
It'll change your imagination if you're imagining the wrong thing.
No. I'm pretty sure we're imagining the same thing here.
Well, you are only
Water
imagining it.
is going to have this. Yeah, they're
That's
going to
the
line up
difference.
to the same altitude.
Yeah,
And that's on both
even
levels.
altitude. Yes, that's what the tool does. It establishes a horizontal plane of even altitude. That's exactly what the description
Even
says.
you mean because it's the same everywhere? Is that what you mean by even?
Even altitude, yes, a horizontal plane of even altitude.
Yeah, that's not possible under the globe model. It's either horizontal or it's
In reality, that is the Merriam-Webster definition of a water level. Yes, it is.
You can't define them both at the same time. But you do understand.
They do. Merriam-Webster does. I'll find it for you right now.
You do understand that with a radius of 6,000 kilometers, under scales at, for example, 400 meters, a horizontal and a level under the globe model are pretty close. You realize that, right?
Pretty close.
No.
You don't realize that.
No.
Okay, then you have to go back to high school then.
There you go. It says there in number
I'll go
3,
back to low school.
definition 3 of 3, it says horizontal condition. Right? Especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. E.g., water seeks its own level. That's called a horizontal
You mean
condition.
4A?
What?
Which of those
3.
paragraphs you just read?
3. Yeah, the one that says horizontal condition.
Sure, and we get other ones like an approximately horizontal line or surface taken as an index of altitude.
Yeah, that's level.
And another
right?
one
Yeah,
says
yeah,
a
but we're
practically
talking.
horizontal,
We were
practically
talking about
horizontal surface of
water.
area.
We were talking about water. This one
Okay.
is a horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Now, you specifically said even altitude. I agreed with you and said that was a horizontal condition. You said it can't be both. But there you go, is a definition from a dictionary with them in the same thing. It's even called horizontal condition.
That's defining horizontal condition. I'm not sure how this term is used.
It's the water. It's the equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. E.g.,
What does-
water seeks its own level. So a water level in a tube, as we've just been described, seeks itself a horizontal condition of
but
even altitude.
what does it mean to be marked by? I'm really trying to understand what this definition means.
No, you're
Wow,
not trying to understand it. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
I am.
You're trying to
you're
try
not.
and
does
fit it to
being
your
marked
model.
by? What does being marked by would mean? I mean, so you think
It's a tool
a
that
semantical
they
definition
use
is
in
your
reality.
best response to the whole model?
No.
Oh, apparently you do.
No, it's not my best.
I didn't say your
I've
best.
got proofs coming out the wazoo, as they say.
I'll be back. I'll have dinner, but I'll be back. Hold on.
Okay. See you later. Nice of you to jump in, though, with your model that you've not proved or shown us or anything. I don't know whether that's the sort of thing we can expect round here. I mean, it gets a bit old, right? Again.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I came in. I thought I don't know. I just thought he might have understood what the water level was. I sort of presuppose that, which you shouldn't do, because some people just don't get it. They've never used one and they've never really thought about it. And if that when you spring it on them the first time, if they haven't previously thought about it, they've got to try and find this solution. And it seems like they're messing around, like trying to mess around in the dark. They're trying to try to not make themselves sound,
It's the cognitive
silly in front of their friends. Yeah.
Well, it just shows the sophistry, right?
Oh yeah.
They literally
yeah.
know nothing about it, and yet they argue for the model.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was a new character, going to come in and just argue over everything.
He's been in before. I mean, but that's what they do. I mean, everyone around this arena, they just want to argue their model. I mean, if you come into this and you don't particularly have any experience in anything, then they'll get you, won't they? I mean, like who are you to know who believes what, right? But then what they'll do now is they'll go like, well, Warden knows about piloting, right? Well, don't talk about piloting. That's all they'll do. They'll put it on the big board, right? He's a pilot. Watch out! Don't talk about that round him. Just talk about something else.
Yeah.
It's the hive mind.
I was going to say that
Just
because
happens.
I've only just come into this. I'm new to this arena, and I've listened to all this bollocks they're talking about. Go, what the hell are you on about? You talking shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's how they know.
But they've been having it for fucking 3 years, talking about the same old shit all the time.
You just don't understand.
Yeah, 5 seconds, you can fucking end
It's a bot.
every single argument.
It's like a possession. It's like a bot inside of them. They just don't want to think. They can't think.
Yeah.
I think
Fucking all
everybody
that-
needs to practice,
Quite
though,
sad,
right?
really.
Yeah, they're sad, but I mean, is everybody round here? I've experienced all of the arguments that there ever could be, right? But I'm sure there's lots of other people that need to experience it. I mean, you could call them cannon fodder, but it doesn't really matter. These guys will argue anything with you. Literally doesn't matter. You could probably make up a load of shit. And if you could Google it, right, then these guys would know more than you instantly from the Google search history.
If I wanted to, I could have dragged this out for a week or so, made a YouTube channel, anything like that, and then destroyed them. But what's the fucking point? Just fucking cut them off at the knees, fuck off. Next argument, please.
Yeah, but they
Thank
won't.
you very much.
They'll be back again talking that shit next time, right? And you'll be after you have to go like, "Oh, I've already said this to you," and then they'll cut you off and turn you into an argument that you never even had, and it'll be it gets frustrating.
Yeah. I'm going to be a nasty
Yeah,
bastard.
because
Well, it's like you said before, Bev. It's like they end up learning a way to somehow sophicize their way around another point.
Yeah. Teaching them the argument.
well, if they type it in, the defense of that, they can. It's only a recent thing, really. The water levels being used as the tool and whatever. So there's not really a lot they can. There's nothing's been done on for them. There's no diagrams really. It's only the ones that they create.
No, they just make shit up.
I predict he's going to come back with the other Merriam-Webster one, right? That says the curvature. It is something consistent with the curvature of water, which I hope he does, because now we've had the point of how much curvature there is in the water. You get in with that one first, and when they come back with the other one, you say, how much curvature is there in a horizontal condition?
Are you talking about bacon? I actually ended up having to not do something else and not be able to listen. How did my boy Bacon do?
Oh, well, he went to even altitude of his thing, and I just pointed out to him the Merriam-Webster dictionary definition says a horizontal condition is especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude, e.g. water seeks its own level. So that definition within the Merriam-Webster is it's the water level. Right, because it's a definition of level, and that one is particularly the water. I mean, the water establishes an equilibrium fluid, right? It's that is the water level definition.
It's like Merriam-Webster. Yeah, it's like Merriam-Webster has been listening.
Well, no, that one's always been there. Merriam-Webster were the first one to add the other.
Wait, who was it that said? What about Urban Dictionary?
What was that for? Flat earther. Like it's not in the there's no such thing. Well, we'll check the Urban Dictionary.
But what else are they going to say?
That's my first go-to right there. If I don't know what the fuck it is, the kids nowadays must know what it is.
Yeah, and that's what you're calling me, right? And you want to check that definition?
Yeah.
Is this being
triangle is only an instrument?
Oh, sorry, spot on. Is this being live streamed?
Yes. It has got a live stream in here, but I don't know whether it's actually going live or not.
Just assume we're always being recorded.
Yeah. There is a live stream thing up in the top. There's a bot there.
Oh, good. So we got live streamed when we destroyed them 360 degrees with their fucking triangle with the flight paths.
Oh yeah, the 4 points on it.
No, that was the That was 2 or 3 days ago.
Oh, this is today's triangle you're talking
Yeah,
about.
today's triangle. Yeah, we destroyed that as well.
Bring a triangle.
But yeah, different triangle that got destroyed.
Yeah, that one's on.
Wait.
And you'd be able to
Put
go
it in
back
the used triangle box in the corner there.
Bev, you nearly dropped me in the shit there you did earlier on.
I know.
You called me, yeah, I won't
Yeah,
say,
I
but
know.
yeah.
Yeah. Can't
heard
be
it.
giving the game away, can we?
Yep, exactly.
That premiere that you had earlier today, though, Bev, wasn't that from here, this server?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put the thing out.
Oh, I missed that one this morning, Bev. How long was that?
A couple of hours.
That was a
Is
good
there
one.
a time
That was a
limit?
good one. That was logical.
Can I don't want to listen to the whole couple hours, but I'd like to listen to some of it when I get home. I'm on my way home right now.
That's just not good enough,
I missed
Rob.
that one at 10 o'clock this morning. Like a half
You know
an
you
hour
got to do your
in,
homework.
hour in. When does it get really good?
Oh well,
At the
we
start.
go through the Black Swan.
Oh.
It started off with eggshells, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Actually, Mike came in and said, like, you know, you did really well talking to him. Could be a psychologist or something, you know. So I think I managed to start off with eggshells, and he told me that he was in for influencing people.
Yeah, that was
I
comical.
ended
That.
up getting him to open up about himself.
What was it? I like to describe myself or as people describe themselves to themselves.
Yeah, he that's what he was good at. He was good at describing people to themselves or something. I don't know. It
How they would
sounded
describe
really weird.
themselves to themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, that's hard.
Okay,
Isn't
I'm
it?
gonna
Wonder
have
how
to
much
go
he
and listen.
charges for it.
I'm gonna go listen. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna go listen
Okay.
now.
Catch you later.
Later.
All right, cool.
Okay, see you guys.
Yeah.
I think somebody might have posted it's like a video or some sort of documentary of some sort about something similar to that. Reminds me of anyway, where somebody invented like a somewhat of an AI kind of bot. This is like back before when computers were still on CRT screens and stuff, and he invented basically a chat bot that somebody would talk to, and it was like they thought like whoever was using this chat bot was really opening up to the responses to the input. So like whoever basically said, "Hi, how you doing?" And then somebody would type in like "pretty good today," and then it would respond "pretty good today in what way?" And then so that would open it up, and so they were like, "What was that?"
I don't know, but yeah, that was probably the start of it then.
Is that like a 80s movie or something?
Yeah, it was a start of something like it. Almost like better than a psychologist is what people were actually using it kind of like in beta and testing. I think if I remember right, the guy made it as a joke and it ended up actually working. Right.
It's the anonymity, I think, is a big part of that.
Yeah. Like there's some sort of computer problem that they couldn't figure out. And so one guy just went kind of rogue and made a computer program that was just doing that. And it ended up working kind of okay. Better than what they thought it was going to be. Dang it. I wish I had more details about it to kind of seeing if anybody else would help jog my memory on that.
Yeah, I can't say that I
Good, well,
How,
guess.
how often does a baller pass these this frequent this area? I mean, like, what? How long you got to wait for one? It's like a bus, is it?
Yeah.
There's
Well,
no
I mean, there's
timetable.
plenty
It's
of
like
them around. You just have to be able to
sort of trigger one in, like,
like
or
trigger them
Mm.
in to get them to engage. Yeah, I mean, like Bacon. We were talking about how people get triggered when how to try and have a conversation with people without getting them triggered, and what words to not use. And
What did Bacon come into the conversation with? I mean, what was there anything like?
we were
Was it his
saying
choice to start with?
don't want to trigger them about the model, and he said, well, unless your model better represents reality. And we went, oh, really? You have a model that better represents reality? And then that's where we are now, like with him dodging everything to show us anything about the model that he ever said. Like, even like, what do you mean model?
Yeah, well, there's a moon and there's the stars and there's a sun. So
Yeah, do you want more?
right.
Like,
What do you
a
want?
model? Like, come on. It's like, do you want everything? It's like, yeah, give us it all.
Well, I don't
He's
know
just
much
got basketball. He's just,
Yeah, what do you mean all? What do you mean?
I'm going to represent it as this basketball, which actually isn't anything like it.
Yeah, it's like, he's even had that one. You know which model.
Yeah.
Stop being
got
so
that.
dishonest. You know.
I guess I do know.
Well, that's
You
attack.
show
That's
a
a
globe
tactic.
and say, is that the model? They're like, nah, that's not it. You go, oh. What about this over here? Is this the model? Nah.
That's what you say.
You got to put them all together.
Yeah.
In your mind.
Well, that's exactly what we would expect to see.
In the mind.
Right.
In the model mind.
Yeah. Well, this guy said that. You don't agree with him, do you? Oh, yeah, okay, now I do. Just gotta wait for the right moment. We are the man. Wait for it.
I'm going to let it go, so I'm going to bed now. Not all.
Yeah.
All right, man.
All right, see you later.
Yeah. So where did Bacon end up?
I'm back.
He's eating bacon.
Sorry?
Do you eat bacon by any chance?
Oh, I was just curious. Where did you
Yeah,
end up?
actually, I did.
That's funny.
No joke.
Just bacon out, just bacon.
Yep.
You just say. Okay.
Or pigs.
Cannibalism.
Is that all you eat?
No, I think I'll be dead if that was the case.
Like that raw
That's good to
carnivore
know.
diet.
Good to know.
Like 5 pounds of bacon every day. You fast for like 3 days. You eat another 5 pounds of bacon. Raw meat.
I think I eat
Raw?
5 pounds of food every day. I mean,
Yeah, that's the
okay,
diet.
how much is that in kilograms?
It's probably something double-ish. Something around 9.
Wait, did you just ask how much is 80 kilograms?
How?
Oh,
5
yeah, 2
pounds is how many
kilograms, right?
kilograms? Or yeah,
2.2
double.
kilograms.
Yeah, 2.2. Yeah.
How much is that?
That's a lot of food. I don't think I eat
It's
2
food?
kilograms of food every day.
Kilograms of food.
Yeah, that's a lot of food.
Don't you measure food in calories? Or
Oh, well,
It's
we
all
can
done in
measure
weight, mate.
calories
That's what you
selfishly.
do.
Is that wet or dry?
right, cooked or uncooked?
Remember to weigh
2K
the
of
plate
dry
first,
pasta.
otherwise you're gonna get.
Well, I mean, protein and carbs are both 4 4 calories per gram. Fat is 9 calories per gram. So I don't know. Grams to kilo. I mean, just do the conversion at that point.
So what do you want to talk? Bacon, you left. Where'd you go?
Oh, a bacon sandwich.
What kind of sandwich?
You want a Jack in the Box? Jumbo
I
Jack.
actually try to track that stuff, so I kind of up my alley, but I don't think that's what we're. If you want to talk about that, I guess.
Rob.
Well, yeah, we got to the water level, didn't we, in the Merriam-Webster even altitude. I think there was a. Is he gone again? That's where we left. He sort of went away with that.
He's had time to think, ponder over his sandwich.
It's like, damn. He might be awakening. Hopefully, it could happen. Maybe one of these will actually desert their fellow ballers. They could
Do you
happen.
think so?
Right, Bacon?
It's a very
Yeah,
positive attitude you've got.
I think
there.
one of these days it'll happen. I'll be like, oh shit, okay. Get it on record. Show it. And it's be a great little time. What? It's kind of like
Bacon,
the
I'm curious, what you got other than how much is so much food? That's interesting. I didn't expect that.
Sorry, what was the question?
I thought you had something that you were looking up or something like that.
No, I was having dinner.
Oh, okay.
Where do you live? You sound like you live in Europe. It's like 4 o'clock at night.
No, it's 10
Two.
p.m. I don't live in Europe.
Well, you sound like you're.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay. Yeah, I live in Brazil.
Oh, in Brazil. Okay, yeah, that sounds. It's okay.
Where are you guys from, by the way? Never asked that to anyone.
I'm in the U.S. I'm in Kansas.
Okay, what about the rest of you?
I'm in Germany.
Germany.
UK.
Yeah, I expected that one.
England.
Yeah, pronunciation is horrible.
Hey, Floric, what's up?
Hi, Bacon.
Did you get a chance to watch any of that video?
Oh, that's the video in which the guy claims there's an
Uphill rivers and
yes,
you
uphill.
get a bonus rolling balls and curving
Right.
hills.
By any chance, do you know which time he says that, so I can get the context from there?
I think the uphill rivers are at the beginning.
Context. You don't need a context for uphill rivers, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just want to make sure.
Do you
If
know the
that's
river that he's particularly going on about as well? He says the St. Lawrence River.
Yeah,
Do you know
yeah, I
where-
get that.
Do you know where that is? Have you looked that up yet?
No, I didn't look that up.
It's in Canada. So the
Okay.
US Geological Society went to Canada. Do you know the big river in Canada?
No, I'm not familiar with Canada's geography.
Have you ever heard of the Great Lakes?
Mm,
Yes, I have.
I think everybody's heard of the Great Lakes in
I've heard of
Canada.
Well, not here. It's not that famous.
Wow. Well, they've got some huge, massive lakes in Canada. And that river, he says, is 8 meters higher at the mouth than the source. Well, the source of the St. Lawrence River just happens to be the Great Lakes in Canada.
Well, the Great Lakes are all in Canada, or I think they kind of span between the U.S. and Canada, don't they?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I
Lake
know if you go to
Michigan.
Chicago, there's one of the Great Lakes, basically like the tit of it or whatever.
Mute so I can hear the video.
We want the
Oh.
context.
He
It's
wants
like
us all
a
to mute, does he?
2-hour
No,
video.
I just said I'll mute myself so I can watch the video. And then you started
Okay.
laughing. Well, why is the? I mean,
What video?
I missed the plot of the
Oh,
joke.
the left. No, we're not. We're kind of laughing at you, but not.
No, we're not laughing at you, mate.
Yeah, I did too.
There you go. Here's an elevation map. So you can see quite obviously the mouth, the bottom is obviously 8 meters higher than the lakes with all of those locks and system that you know how that works. See if I can find another one. I think I've got some more pictures of it.
That's an interesting map. I haven't looked at it like that before.
Elevation profile, because that's how they
Yeah.
tend to do whenever they have canals with locks and stuff like that. That's the sort of the way they draw them. It's interesting, isn't it?
Well, why they've drawn them all level? Is there on the bottom right hand corner? Is it dipping away? Is that my only glasses? So
No, I tried to zoom in too. I'm kind of squinting, like, what the heck?
I'm looking for another. I've got a better one than that, but I don't know where it is.
someone's taking their time sanding something.
No shit. I didn't know there was locks between there. I had no idea.
You get bits where they purposely do it if the river's a bit too fast or whatever. Then they'll purposely redivert it, in a way that they can control for the ships.
Yeah, for flooding and stuff. Yeah, that's cool. This is definitely new to me.
Oh, I say thanks to Zanuck. Like their stupidity and laughs have given us a chance to learn this stuff. I mean, I never knew where the St. Lawrence River was. Until like Zanuck just said. Zanuck says it's 8 meters higher than the mouth. Oh, that's a bit weird. I mean, like I'm not.
Wait. So what was the argument?
Nothing.
Because
I'm telling you, there was not an argument. It was just out of the blue, uphill rivers. Yeah. Because like them stupid things you say. He's like, you don't think rivers go uphill, do you? And he's like, well, yes. Like, well, go on then.
Say?
Carry on.
Tell us more.
Right.
It's potential, I think he says, right?
Okay.
It's going up to a higher potential.
Tell us more so we can understand how stupid what you're saying actually is.
Yeah. Like carry on. Go on.
It's like the gravity
Right. Okay.
Embellish me.
Like Lake Michigan looks like it should be a glory hole for gold right there. Underneath Lake.
That's
you know
exactly
what I mean?
what I was looking at. Yeah. Yeah, I spent a moment looking at that.
Yeah.
I don't understand what is underneath Lake Huron.
This is the depth
What's that about? What's going on?
So this is a.
I know,
this
I
is
know, I know what it is. I know.
Wait, is this basically if you chop the Earth in half, this would be the depth of each of those lakes? Is that what it is?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
slice, isn't it? Yeah, a vertical slice.
Okay.
But what's Lake Michigan doing at the bottom there?
Yeah.
Under Lake Huron. That's under Lake Erie. Got 3 lakes under that bit there.
Okay.
So they got lazy maybe and just said, "Oh yeah, looks the same."
That's super cool. I had no idea there was basically a canal.
That's where,
It's like
that's
shit. I
where the
forgot Lake
gold
Michigan.
is.
Let's just cut the shit out.
I'll definitely be going to that point down there 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo! That's the spot this is all designed for, and for us to find that out and us to get together and find the pot of gold at the bottom. Rakia's got a boat.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, it's a
Is that one better?
beautiful example of a lock system.
Where did this diagram come from, Beth?
That one. I think that one's even better, isn't it? That's the same lock system.
Huh. Funny, because like all the way to the Atlantic Ocean, from the right hand side to the left hand side, none of that water seems to be curving.
Yeah. Well, the bit on the right hand side is actually 8 meters higher than the bit on the left hand side, but you wouldn't know it. But I mean, Zanuck will tell you. Right?
How's that work?
Yeah, the U.S. Geological
Well,
Society
because
measured it. 8
the
meters
geoid,
higher.
isn't it? You can
Yeah.
see that, because
Oh.
underneath that there's the geoid.
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
what that's why. I think that's where it all goes on.
So it's kind of
To
like
that,
the video.
to the model.
Yeah, it's kind of like the video game thing where the horizontal actually ends up going into outer space on the left hand side.
Yeah.
It's actually lower than the bit on the right hand side. And if you can't see that, then you just don't understand it.
Of course.
It has to.
Tilt
You
your
guys
head.
are misunderstanding equal
Bacon will tell
potential,
you,
gravitational potential again.
Yeah, yeah. Bacon.
Am I doing that again? Oh,
That's
man.
easy for you to say.
It'd
All
be
about
better
equilibrium.
Googling Zanuck, really. Do you want me to? I'll get you some more stuff of his just in case you want to.
Sounds like a superhero, Zanuck.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
see, I think you just came in and nailed it right there.
It's this one. That was a classic one. That's the water level on the sphere.
Oh god.
Oh wow.
I'm so glad you saved these.
Oh, this one is wow. Wow.
The white bit. I think he said the white bit that he put around the outside. That's the water level. I think. See what else we've got. Is it definite?
As I understood from his explanation, that's the uphill river is due to the gravity isn't being homogeneous, right?
Absolutely. Look, I mean,
Okay, because that matters when defining level, right?
Yep.
And apparently, the measurement that they took that doesn't take that into account. So yeah, that makes sense that a discrepancy like that could emerge. Whether or not they measured it correctly, or if, what would be the maximum value that a river could go uphill, considering these two ways of measuring level.
Yeah, so
I'm not sure how to point out that.
Put the two of the elevation profiles in there for you in the live stream text too. So you can quite clearly see that the right hand side is definitely higher, right?
Which message you're talking about?
Pardon?
Which message you're talking about?
There's two of them. There's two elevation profiles of that.
Sent at the minute 14?
Yeah.
Yeah, 19.
Okay. Okay.
That's the elevation profile for the river.
For C4 topography, the highest point of that C4 topography is sea level. And then there's the ocean topography. Okay. And then there's a reference ellipsoid.
Yeah, and then at the bottom there, it shows you here are how surveyors find level in inverted commas. So you can see that how they survey the water surface. Can you see the water surface?
Okay.
And
What, on that Topex Poisdon one?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
looking at?
Yep.
Oh, with the, what with the? Yeah, I was watching
Sea
that.
level.
Yeah.
It's got the sea level and the sea floor, and it's got the water compared to the little humps.
Yeah, there's
Got
a
the hump
top
there.
hump
Look.
Yep. That's exactly.
I see
That's
3 humps.
exactly how surveyors find level, right?
You got dark
There's
blue
3
water
humps.
and you got light blue water.
3 for the price of 1.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, man. I was listening to the other guy you were talking with before.
Bacon.
The sophistry is off the charts, man. Wow.
Which guy was that, SE?
Level. Wait, look.
I believe it was Bacon.
Bacon lives in Brazil
Bacon's
too.
still here.
Well, what's my sophistry?
Bacon, I thought all Brazilians like believe in flat Earth.
Bro, you're Brazilian? Seriously?
Fortunately, you're wrong.
Yeah.
I don't
Everyone
know
in Brazil
any.
was a flat earther.
They did a poll and like 10% of Brazilians actually believe.
Yeah, they're smart people, Brazilians.
Millions
What
of them,
happened?
yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's not what we get out of the indicators of our education level. That's not what you get out of it.
Obrigado.
Yeah, here's his.
You spoke like a Chinese would, but you're welcome.
Hey, I tried. But bro, I never heard anybody make stuff up on the fly like you. That's that's
What have I made
impressive.
up?
I gotta say, only
What have I made
Zanuck
up?
and Kosho.
What have I made up?
He's supporting Zanuck now. He's all right.
Yeah,
What have I made
what
up?
I'm saying.
Can you point? What have I made up?
Well, the stuff you were saying before, level, this, that.
Made up level?
No, not made up. The sophistry that you come up with, that you came up with, it's just astonishing. Like you said so many things, like I can't really think of anything right now in particular. Just so
Interesting.
much. Yeah, it'll come to me though. It'll come to me.
It's unique. I agree.
He admitted that once he'd listened to the full context of Zanuck talking about uphill the St. Lawrence River, he's agreeing. Like with the model.
Yeah, I'm saying it could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, like I'm a 20-minute drive away from that river. So whenever you find that spot, please let me know, and I'll drive up to it.
It's uphill.
Right. How exactly are you going to measure?
Well, uphill. I
that-
mean, it's going to be a phenomenon. A river going uphill. Are you kidding? We'll be famous, bro.
Yeah, but that's only uphill regarding the spheroid measurement of it, which
I'm
is
telling
not
you,
what
talk
you
to Zanuck
feel.
and
It's
get back
still
to
the
me. We'll be
gravitational.
famous.
There is a hill that my friends and I have
Yeah,
been on.
we orient ourselves based on weight, right?
Bacon for real.
We
If
know
you
where
can find
down
that
is
spot,
based on weight.
I see money. I see money in our future.
Wait, yeah.
Yeah, according to him, if you try to see that, you wouldn't, because it doesn't go uphill if you consider the gravitational potential that he mentions.
Whoa.
That's what I said. You see what I said before? Yeah, that's what they say. Bacon for real. You can envision a river that flows uphill for real.
No, it's only uphill, depending on how you measure level.
It's the surveyors that did it. The U.S. Geological Society.
I'm not saying their measurement's wrong.
Oh, but they go uphill, like he says.
No,
8
No.
meters higher.
Yeah, because their level isn't the gravitational one.
What do you mean?
It's the geometrical one,
So
which is
it's a
not
different
necessarily
kind of
aligned.
level?
Level's different than the
Because
what?
one
What's
is
the
taking into
other one?
consideration just the ellipsoid shape of the Earth. The other is taking into account gravity.
So
On
what
that
does
picture
gravity?
there,
Level and
Where's gravity?
horizontal are
Sorry?
both the same,
oh, one
right?
at a time.
Sorry?
Well, this is interesting. So in one measurement, gravity is affected, and on the other one, it's negated.
I never said that.
That's what I got too.
You said
No,
different
so you got it
levels.
wrong.
No, you said they depends which level they
No,
were
it depends how you
using.
measure level. Didn't say
Yeah.
which level. So how you measure level.
How do you measure level?
How do I measure level?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like under
How
in the
did
river?
the US Geological Society measure level in order
they
to
compared
get 8
it-
meters higher at the source?
Okay, as I get from Zenix's
Sorry, wait a minute.
explanation,
8
they
meters,
measured it.
8 meters higher at the mouth than the source.
Yes, they consider they consider the level to be the level we get from the ellipsoid, considering the known radiuses. That's what I understood from his explanation. So you have the ellipsoid, right, which is
It's
a
8
slightly
meters higher at the mouth than the source.
Okay, I'll try to make that clear.
What ellipsoid again?
So you have the ellipsoid, which is basically a sphere, but scaled down a little bit in one of the dimensions, right? Like in the x-axis, for example.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that there you have an ellipsoid, right?
Mm-hmm. And that
And
level.
What?
That level is the one that they used in order to get the mouth higher than the source.
As I understood from Zenix's explanation, yes. They
Right.
use this spheroid shape as the base for the level.
But isn't that sphere shape curvature of constant drop?
It's not constant drop.
Are you sure? Again, like this is how we ended up with the uphill rivers. Like
No, that's
they
not how
do
you get
say
it.
that it's a constant drop from your position, right? At least some of them do.
Who say it?
But then they change to a hump. Which one are you? Are you a constant
Well, it depends
drop?
on how you trace the line. I mean, if you trace the line between two
Depends
level
which
points,
model that you're using for level.
if you trace a line between a straight line between two level points, then in between you're going to have a hump.
Right, so
But
you
if you
do go with the hump model. Is that
no,
Can I just
they are
the
both.
ellipsoid
No,
level
they are in
model?
different models. They're in different models. They're just different situations.
Yeah. The
In one of
drop
them,
model is different than the hump model, but either
no,
model
they
you
are in
go
different
with
models.
has
They
constant
are in
curve
different
model,
models.
right?
They are in different models.
So
They're
is
just
it the
different
hump
situations
model
that
that
you
Can I
get
just
out of
ask?
one
Can I
model.
just
get rivers going
Can
uphill?
I just ask if he thinks that the water on the surface has to, have, what's below it has, like if it's up and down on the riverbed or the seabed. I know we're talking about the Lawrence River, but do you think the water on the top, is affected by what's below it?
I didn't quite get what you said.
You can't.
Can I?
I'm
ask
sorry
then?
for that, man. I really wanted to.
Right. So if in order for you to have the uphill river, right, do you have to employ the hump model in order to give that elevation of the water over
I
the hump? Right.
I
Is
don't
that how you
understand.
end up?
There's no hump model.
Oh, okay. Didn't you just have a hump before though?
That's not a model.
It's not a model.
The hump isn't the model. The hump is what you get between two level points, which is not the same as drop.
Okay, so you need 2 level points in order to get the hump.
That's
But if
one
you've
way.
only got 1 level point, then is it the drop? Is everything dropping from that?
No, the drop is from a horizontal plane, not from a point.
Right, so the drop of the level is from the horizontal plane. Is that from everywhere where you are? Is the water always dropping from the horizontal plane? And if so,
Yeah,
how
mostly.
do you get it higher?
Yeah, mostly, but it's not perfectly because the masses of the Earth aren't distributed homogeneously.
Okay, so that's the bit where you end up with the hump. Well, the rise of the uphill bit of the water at the
Sure.
mouth when you employ the drop from the horizontal, but you put the ellipsoid model there. Figure that in somehow. Maybe if you put 2 points, like one at the mouth and one at the source, right? Because you want the mouth 8 meters higher. So, but you get the hump in the middle of those 2 points, then, don't you? How could the mouth be higher than if you put a line between the two at level points?
Oh, how high do you think the hump is between those points?
I don't think there is.
Oh,
a
what's
hump
the
between.
length?
That's
What's
your
the
model, innit?
distances? Okay, what's the distance between the source and the mouth of
Have a look on the on that elevation profile. Does it have a total distance on it?
Let me check 1 second.
I would imagine it's quite a way. Would it? How far inlands, like Lake Michigan and all of those? Is it Erie? Is Erie one of
It's
it?
3,000 kilometers.
Wow, that's a fair bit, isn't it? How much drop do you reckon there is in that sort of distance? I mean, drop from
Yeah, I'm
horizontal.
going to calculate it right now. 1 sec.
Because you've got to get up from that, right? Or the level is higher or lower. Well, the level's already dropping. So we're going to measure the drop of the level from the horizontal.
Is that water that hit the last picture there? Or land? What is supposed to
Yeah,
represent?
the hump you'd get from a straight line over 3,000 kilometers is about 174 kilometers. It's way above
Whoa,
8
hump?
meters.
Are you
Yeah.
sure?
Yeah.
Did you just calculate the drop, or have you got a hump calculator?
No. It's the hump. I have the drop and hump all at once.
There's a hump calculator now.
Yeah.
Oh, super.
I have 5 different.
that, Essie.
Yeah, I have
Wow.
5 different formulas for drop here because there's multiple ways you can measure it.
Do you think we can run the twin boat paradox by him?
I think,
or he's not ready yet.
He's got the hump and the drop calculator, so he can do it, do both. So if that's 100 and something kilometers hump.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's from a straight line between the 2 points.
Right. Okay. So
which are not going to be level under our
change
model.
have you got?
Sorry?
How much elevation change do you have over the full
8
distance?
meters. Remember? 8 meters. It gets higher. 8 meters.
Okay, right. So you've done your calculations from the mouth, have you? Backwards. That would probably be the best way
The
of doing
distance
it,
is
wouldn't it?
the orientation doesn't matter.
You got to double around it.
Yeah, it does. I mean, surely you've got to have the mouth at the highest point. So you do your calculation.
No, the calculation is just
mouth, right?
what's the size of the hump. It's the size of the hump after 3,000 kilometers, which is
that's spot on. Oh.
Sorry.
Anybody mathematicians? If you wanted to end up with the mouth higher than the source, you just start your calculations and do your horizontal from the mouth. Then all of the water's always dropping. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Calculation.
That has nothing to do with this. I mean, the drop from 3,000 kilometers is not just 8 meters. It's more than 600 kilometers. So the 8 meters has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, because you've got a 100 and something hump in the middle.
Yeah,
and
so
then
it dropped a bit less than it
600
should.
kilometers.
Sorry?
Do you say it drops 600 kilometers?
Yeah, over that.
Wow.
More than that.
Whilst
from a horizontal line in one of those points, yes.
Whilst rising 8 meters.
Yes, because it's rising regarding the ellipsoid.
So the actual spherical model has a drop of 600 kilometers, but the ellipsoid model has a
No.
rise of 8 meters.
No.
Come
I'm not.
on.
I don't think you're trying to understand anymore because it was
I'm just
clearly
like,
obvious that
going with the
that was not
numbers
what I
that
meant.
you've given us.
Yeah, but I think you're not listening to the words then, because nothing that I said is remotely similar to what you understood from it.
Well, explain it.
Go on. You've got a 600 kilometer drop total distance.
Yes, that's from a horizontal line.
Right, yeah. And then, but that's what level is, right? That's a drop, right?
No, under the globe model, it isn't.
What the globe. Right, go on then. What is the globe model then? Or the ellipsoid
The
model?
horizontal line of a sphere, the horizontal in a sphere would be a plane that is tangent to the surface.
Right, okay.
Right?
So you've got a 600 kilometer drop from that.
Yeah,
right?
after 2,000 kilometers, it's almost 700 kilometers.
And that's wherever you put it. So you could put that at the mouth, right? Couldn't you?
Yeah.
And then you would have a 600 kilometer drop to the
Yeah.
where the source is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I
And
remember
that
what
would-
you were saying.
That would put it at 600 kilometers higher, right? Than the on the horizontal.
No, it's just 8 meters less than that, which is pretty negligible. If I would draw for you how much it's going uphill in a paper, you wouldn't be able to see it. It would just look like a regular curve.
It would look like a canal or something like that. It was that little.
No, what I mean is if I made the curve of those 3,000 kilometers, what's the level of the ellipsoid?
Yeah.
In that
You think
distance.
you could figure those locks in.
Figure what?
I'm interested in seeing your drawing.
Yeah, could you figure those locks in when you do this?
Figure the what?
The locks.
What do you mean? What's that?
Do you know what a lock is?
I mean, like a lock that locks things with a key that you open with a key. Is that what you mean by a lock?
Water.
Well, LOCH, I think, right?
LOCH? No, never heard of that.
No, LOCK, yes, I think. Yeah, have you ever heard of a canal?
Yes.
You know, if you want to change elevations on a canal, you go through a lock system that enables passage on a boat to swap the elevations up or down by using the water and the equalization of the water.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, there's a few of those.
Okay.
And they go, obviously, up or down. But actually, starting from the source, I don't think there's any that go back up again. Strangely enough, I don't know. I can't imagine why there isn't any. But you've got
depends
to go
what you're comparing to.
Can I just ask why you think they've represented it in the way that they've represented it? You know, the diagram that Bev posted, and why there's no sort of like drop or anything like that. Obviously, because obviously that would mess with you know what I mean? Mess with the figures, isn't it?
It's the model, bro. It's the model.
Well, what was the question?
I mean, why did they represent it like they have?
Where?
In the pictures that we've put on there of the elevation profiles of it. They don't seem to have figured in for your ellipsoid model.
It doesn't seem to be the purpose of this image.
It's an elevation profile.
Okay.
Well, you've got 8 meters higher. When you say higher,
No, it's only higher when you're using a baseline from the ellipsoid.
Yeah.
From
Where's
the
the
perfect
ellipsoid?
ellipsoid, as I understood.
Yeah,
Which
where's the
doesn't take into
ellipsoid?
account
Reality.
Is this what you
you can
envision the
claim it.
model to be? What I just posted, 943. Have a look. That's your ellipsoid.
43. Let me.
Yeah, 43
Oh no,
past the hour.
right. I don't know. I don't know where that comes from.
That's your ellipsoid, bro.
I
Oh,
don't
that's
think
a,
so.
that's a good point, Essie. By the way, I just changed Mike's headset thing. Is this coming
You
through okay?
might you might have those changes exaggerated so you can see with your eyes. Otherwise, it would just look like a sphere. Because
A
those
perfect
changes
sphere,
are
yeah.
quite tiny.
Yeah, we're aware of that, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not like so that's not supposed to represent how it really is.
Isn't it
So
weird
why
that they
would
put
that?
Well, yeah, it's like a double speak there. It's
Why?
like it's like that, but it's really not like that. It's actually smooth.
No, that's a claim to be exaggerated so you can see it. It's just like
Right.
when we make a small drawing, putting the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun to explain eclipses, and they're out of scale because if they were in scale, you
Don't go
wouldn't be able to
looking at the
see.
skies. Wait,
Yeah, you
why
wouldn't be
in
able to
that
see the Moon.
elevation profile is it not 8 meters higher?
It's only. I think it should be.
Why does
I
the
think
water
if
always seem to go
I
down to the sea?
I don't think I can make more clear because
Because that's the way I
I
would
feel like
say
I'm
that's
repeating
the way
myself at this
water
point.
flows.
Sorry?
Water flows down, not up the ellipsoid. Like, have you obviously
Oh,
ever
it's still
heard
down.
anybody else? Before tonight, right, you started off tonight saying, that sounds a bit ridiculous. And now look at you, defending uphill rivers.
Yeah, because it was a raw, simplistic claim.
It was
If
because
you
it was
look deeper into it,
one of your
there's some.
elders, right? You got told.
No, it's not because I got to. I
Your
said
grandfather writes.
I
He said rivers
explained.
go uphill. You better defend him.
No. I explained
Yeah,
what his
oh, yeah.
explanation was, and there's nothing wrong with that. It
think
could
so?
still
You know
be
what
false.
I found amazing?
I'm not taking that to be true. It could still be false, but the explanation isn't wrong.
You're willing
If
to
that was
defend
true,
it.
the explanation actually is compatible to every other thing that we know about. So
Yeah,
it's
of
not
course.
inconsistent with anything.
Sounds pretty feasible to you,
Be know
right?
about.
Oh, if it's consistent, then you can't point that out as a problem or as a flaw. And that's my point. Even though his explanation might be wrong, it's still consistent
Still consistent with what? Uphill rivers.
to the rest of the things you know, to how gravity works, to the whole.
Water going uphill is fucking ridiculous.
It's not going uphill.
Model, anywhere. Definitely not in reality.
Yeah, so you
Even
don't
worse
understand the
if it
point.
might exist in reality. Never mind one of your models.
I don't think you're being open-minded about it. You don't seem to understand the point. You don't seem to want to understand the point. Okay, so prove me wrong. Explain me what was his explanation. Can you? Because I understood his explanation. I'm trying to explain to you.
Uphill.
Okay, what was his explanation on why it does?
Mental.
What was the explanation on why it does from the guy
Do
who
you
claimed this?
believe that there's an explanation for that? Are you serious?
I just gave it.
What? Say
He
it
gave
again.
the explanation. You guys didn't hear it, and then I listened to what he said, and then I gave the
Please go
explanation
ahead.
to you.
I'm dying to hear it. Please, I apologize. I missed it.
Again?
How does water flow uphill?
Yeah, it's not uphill. It's only uphill if you take the ellipsoid as the baseline to define where's the zero level, where's the zero altitude. If you take the ellipsoid to determine what's zero altitude, you get a difference of 8 meters.
Flowing
right?
uphill? You get a difference of 8 meters in which
Yeah,
direction?
from the ellipsoid. Yeah, from the ellipsoid.
In which direction? We have the water now, right? We're looking at a body of water. In which direction is it going 8 meters higher?
What do you mean, like north or south? Is that what you're asking?
No, like, is it flowing upwards? It's going uphill?
It
Like there's
depends
an
on.
8-meter height.
Yeah,
Envision a
that's the
line, a
explanation.
pipe.
The explanation is that there are multiple ways you can determine a baseline for what's level for
Okay,
zero
let's get
elevation.
down to reality. Envision a pipe now. We
Well,
have a pipe.
I thought you wanted to understand the
50
explanation.
meters. We have a 50-meter
Yeah.
pipe. Okay? We have a 50-meter pipe. Now it's raised 8 meters on one end. Okay? Or make
Sure.
it 2 meters because of the difference, whatever. It's raised 2 meters. We have a 50-meter pipe. It's raised 2 meters at one end. Which way is the water going to flow?
To the direction of the one that is lower.
But you're saying the complete opposite. You're saying a
No,
river
because
flows
you didn't let
uphill.
me finish the explanation. No, you didn't. You seem to be curious about the explanation,
did
and then you cut me
geoid
right in the middle of it and started.
Did I? I apologize. Please go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were
Right.
finished.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Okay, so I'll explain it again. There are two ways that was proposed to define what zero altitude is. One uses the ellipsoid, and the surface of the ellipsoid would be considered the zero altitude level, right? And the other way takes into
elevation.
account the gravitational forces around the surface.
That
So
doesn't explain
one-
anything.
No,
does,
that doesn't
because
answer Essie's question at all.
It does because what makes water flow from the what makes water create its level, it's the weight of it, as I said like an hour ago. So gravity does matter to where water is going. And if you
So
take
are you
gravity
finished?
into
Oh,
account,
sorry.
it's not uphill. If you take just the ellipsoid, it is. But that's not a very good baseline for a level.
The weight
So
of
Okay, so you're saying because of an ellipsoid, it causes water to flow uphill? I just want to be clear.
No, that's not what I said.
I could have swore that's what I heard.
Okay, I'll try
Twice
to
now.
think a way to make it more understandable.
Yeah,
One
use a
second.
pipe. Use the pipe that I said before, the 50-meter
The pipe is a bad example for that.
Do us a drawing. Let's just.
Yeah, where's your
just
drawing?
Yeah, do it.
I've been looking
Do
forward
a
to your
drawing,
drawing
maybe
for about
vision,
5
because
minutes.
maybe we're dense. We're not getting it.
Okay, let me make an example.
Yes.
Uh,
Perfect. Thank you.
I think I'll make a small scale one, so it's easier to visualize.
That's okay. It doesn't even have to be to scale.
As long as you show us how higher works. 8 meters higher.
You agree that that doesn't have to be water. You can do that with any fluid, right?
Like
If you use
Sure,
a
put
tube with
gasoline. Do it with gasoline.
Yeah,
that way we
but
can light
then
it on fire.
in the
Okay,
that'd
okay.
be cool. In this example, though, we are talking about an actual, like, real life river with lakes feeding.
Sure, I just want to make the explanation more visualizable, let's say.
Yeah, because you have a good
because I
model to
don't think I'm
represent
making
the
myself clear
reality.
enough.
Yeah, this picture is going
I
to be
feel
good. I think
special
that's going to
now.
help
Yeah.
clarify. Yeah. This
You know
picture,
why I feel special? Rakia has a bridge. Bev has a river. Now I got a river
You've
too.
got the big
That
uphill
flows
river.
uphill.
Yeah.
And send images on the.
Life
This
How
is
can I-
big stuff, man.
One sec.
Guys are living in fun times there.
Yeah, I'm trying to paste an image there.
How far
It's not-
away are you from the high spot then?
Not working.
Essie, could you ever get to the the
I'll
mouth?
have to check it out. Yeah.
It might be a way away, right?
It might be a ways
3,000
away from me,
kilometers,
yeah.
He says, for total length of this thing.
I'll be willing to drive hours. I'll devote like a whole day like you did on the mountain. I swear I'll do it.
I also
Find
can
me
share
the
my
part.
screen. I'm
willing
not sure
to
how
drive
I'm
to
going
Canada.
to share the
I would be
drawings.
willing to drive to Canada to meet you on that, SE. I mean, I'm just
Hell
saying that's
yeah, bro.
definitely
Hell
like
yeah.
The top of
groundbreaking
the
history right there, dude.
the St. Lawrence River.
Hell yeah, the beers are
Goes
on
to the
me.
high spot.
Okay.
High spot at the beach.
Yeah. It's gonna be a party.
We'd be making nothing less than history.
Yeah. Can we do it on a
could
full moon?
proudly tell people there. You could do day trips walking around the beach, going, "Look, this is the high spot here." You know,
And share the drawings.
No, we could do it during a new moon. Yeah.
Yeah, now you're cooking.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see the diagram.
Uphill rivers are the gift that never stops giving, right?
Well, the first time I heard that, it was with the Nile on Jose's show a couple of years ago. They sprung that one on me.
I think we had Nate went for the Mississippi uphill river. I mean, there's the Nile. The people have had the Nile. Yeah, everybody.
Wait.
before.
Wait, what's the explanation for that?
The potential.
The potential, the equal gravitational potential. You know, yeah.
It's
oh yeah, I keep fucking that up, man. Thanks for bringing that back. I appreciate that. Yeah, I keep fucking up the
But you have for uphill rivers. Like without the model, it would just be absolutely ludicrous.
All rivers flow uphill. Depends on where you are.
Yeah, relative. Right?
Yeah.
Can't send the image on any channel apparently.
You can do it on live stream too. Text.
I also can't share my screen.
No.
Yeah, online.
Oh, is there a permission that you might have to give him or something?
Oops, I misclicked. On live stream text, I can't
Live
send.
stream 2.
Yeah, I can send images there.
You voice verified. Oh no.
Yeah. And I'm pasting an image there, and it's not going.
Oh wait a minute. Yeah, you might need. Is the live stream verified or something as a role? And if J.O.
Or the file might be too big as well.
No, I don't think. I think you need I think Geo's put a live stream verified for posting pictures because he doesn't want people posting stuff on the live stream.
Yeah. Bacon's fairly new to the server, so that might be it. Right?
I think I joined yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, let's just use our imagination.
Gio's in here. Maybe he's not listening or something.
Yeah, I don't think using your imagination is good. That's why I'm drawing.
Nice.
Yeah. Good. I can't wait for the drawing.
Yeah, show your screen. Oh wait, you can't.
Yeah, I also can't do that.
You can
That
tell
was my
you're not,
second
you know, like
option.
your new school, all the old school ones. It takes them ages to get pictures out of them. You know, like you.
Yeah, he's motivated. Prove the world.
Are we talking about the same video that I saw the other day where the guy, it was like maybe a 30-second long video? Kind of like a shitty like drainage system where the water was flowing one way and then he looked and he was like, look, there's a stick in the way and you could see it going the other way.
No,
towards the other flow.
I think I saw that one.
I thought you posted it actually, Bev. I guess not.
Are you talking about the Zanuck one? Have you not heard the Zanuck clip?
No, it was just like a YouTube. It's just like a 30-second YouTube one. Maybe it was. I don't.
There's a 13-second YouTube one, but it's not a picture of anybody doing anything. It's just Zanuck talking about the river going uphill.
Yeah, and it was like, see, look, and was it like a stick in a drainage ditch or something? I'll try to go back and find it.
What were they talking about up there, spot on? Riveted.
Okay, I'll try it out tomorrow.
I came back and went in the wrong room.
You guys have a good night.
Oh,
Oh, we're not going to get the picture.
Well, apparently I can send. And
Oh,
I think
come on,
I spent
bro.
too much time here.
You had us all excited here. You can't leave us hanging like this. Come on.
Can you send it as
Well,
a message?
I'll be back
somewhere?
tomorrow for sure.
We can't wait till tomorrow.
Well, I'll make sure we want that.
At some point I'll have to leave.
Yeah, I don't think.
Pretty sure you get excited about some other thing you want to know after post the drawings. At some point, I have to disappoint you
It's
guys.
our thing, right?
I can't keep up with you guys' curiosity. At some point, I have to disappoint you.
Yeah, no doubt.
If it's not now, later. So
yeah, you
better
could
now.
Can I ask you a parting question out of curiosity? You don't have to answer it.
A what question?
You know, as you're leaving, can I ask you one question?
What question?
How old are you? Now, you don't have to answer. It's
Oh,
personal.
I have no problem. I'm 25.
Okay. All right. Cool.
What about you?
I'm twice your age.
Okay.
I found the video that I was thinking of. It was Captain Caveman actually had posted it on your server, Bev. I found it and I put it in Livestream 2 text.
Oh.
I've seen water sizzle uphill. Some people here know what I'm talking about. That heated water with the ridges.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, that was cool.
Oh, you guys have a good night.
All right.
See you tomorrow.
Good night. Thank
Later,
you.
dude.
Thank you for dropping by.
Yeah, Bacon. Never really did get to speak to him.
Let me know if you've gotten done looking at that video.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I looked at it a couple times and I was like, wait a second, this obviously is bullshit. But if you look at the very beginning, it is running towards the camera. But you also see at the bottom edge of that camera, there's another like piece of water that's flowing from left to right. So the cameraman is showing uphill as he's looking that way, but what he's not showing is when he turns around to the right, I guess, he's actually looking uphill again. So it's going into a V, and then in the middle, it's like there's a drainage for it all in the middle, going left to right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody's just added that voiceover as well. I'm not so sure that guy's actually saying that, but I mean,
I don't know.
Also,
What he was like at the end, it was like proof water actually runs uphill without showing the full story. This is ridiculous. It's absolutely just silly.
Exactly.
He says flowing down towards us.
Have you guys seen the 4 water flowering? What do you call those pot things?
Cans.
I know Bev has seen it, and some of the other guys have seen it.
Now, what is it?
You know those things that you put water in and you water your plants? Has a spout that's higher than when you fill it.
Oh yeah, it's like upside down, like a bulb.
I don't know. No, it's just a watering thing. Just a regular. You put water in it, and it has like a spout, and you water the plants.
Yeah, it's just a watering can.
Yeah.
You must have seen those, the plastic ones, metal ones.
Yeah.
Well, they had a video of 4 of them in a row, like one end where you fill it, and then the other end where the water flows is in the other one's back end, and then the other one, and in a circle, and they were flowing. And we were saying, is this possible or is this a hoax?
Where it was overflowing
What do you think?
Yeah, because the top of the actual spout was at the water line when it was getting overflowed.
Yeah, and it was pouring into the other one, and the other one was pouring into the other one, and it was going like around in a circle.
Fucking perpetual motion, dude.
Exactly.
Perpetual motion machine. It's like a.
I like those ones that Bev posts sometimes. It's like which physics is this? It's like some sort of tweet sometimes.
Yeah.
Those are good ones.
Physics, astronomy.
Yeah, but you should have seen me and Spot On. We said, okay, let's go test this, man. So we're running. I'm running in the basement. Spot On is in the backyard.
Awesome.
Yeah. But no go.
What do you mean no go?
It's a no go. Doesn't work.
What do you mean it? Did you not just watch the video on it and you saw it work?
Well, I didn't understand it fully. Maybe I have to go and revisit it.
Just otherwise, it just had water dumping out of the buckets when you were filling up.
Yeah, it just dumps out the back end. Spot On tried it, and it seemed to work. And then when I looked at it, I go, I'm Spot On. Is it level where you're doing it? So we tried it 180, the other way around, and it didn't work, of course. So
well,
I had it downstairs in the basement, and I had it in the sink, and I had the tap running on full, and it was just coming out the back end. Not one drop came out the spout.
I saw a YouTube video one time of free energy, and it was a guy plugging in 2 power strips to each other, lighting a light bulb. And I was like, wait, holy shit, this is amazing. And then I was like, wait a second. That's not, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
And then so I got I got 2 power strips and I plugged them into each other and nothing. And I was like, oh man.
I know how you feel. When I
Yeah.
see that crap, I tried one of them. You know, the one with the magnets that that somehow they get the magnets to do a perpetual motion thing. And I said, wait a minute, man, it can't happen. There's no way it can happen. I got to try it myself. So I went and I bought an old computer fan blade. I got some magnets, and there's no way, man, because what happens is they'll start spinning, but then they'll get stuck in between, like the negative and positive. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny how like you can see you just know something's fucked up with this. Like like the guy screwed the power cord into the floor and like he had an extra way to power it. Like there's no way to see it from the filming angle or whatever. It's like I'm not fucking retarded. I'm not.
It's
I know
a
that you
scam. It
can't.
has a battery under it. It has
Yeah.
It's a battery under it.
I know you can't just plug 2 power strips into each other. Like this is just ridiculous. What's going? This is how please.
There's some interesting ones with the perpetual motion, but it takes hours to try to replicate them.
There is. There are like there's some stuff within all of the bullshittery that is actually pretty interesting. Even the bullshittery is interesting.
Yeah, but if you know anything about physics, it's impossible. It can't be done.
Right.
So yeah.
I know.
The pendulum.
But at least it kind of leads you to kind of get your wheels turning. Like, hey, wait a second. What? Okay, yeah, it just kind of reinforces your bullshit detector meter, and like, okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Yes, procession. You always have to have that.
Like, are you sure this has like 1 million views on it? And it's a guy plugging 2 power strips into each other. Okay. What? It's obviously absurd.
There's some interesting ones with the magnets that seem
Yeah.
Like there's some possibility, but man, to build one of those, you're gonna need like 100 magnets, maybe 200 first of all, and it's gonna take you ages and you know it's not gonna work at the end. But something in your head says, man, if I can't put this there and try that here, but you know, at the end, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, there's a guy I found who actually is an engineer and just puts together some sort of like motors based on batteries and powers a light bulb from shit, I'm not engineering skilled enough to give a lot of the terms for stuff, but basically the power that gets generated goes into an inverter, and then that inverter goes back into a battery, so power gets stored. It's weird shit.
Is it like the gears rotating with like the two dipole magnets?
But it's not. I mean, it's not anything that's. To me, it doesn't seem like it can be scalable or anything like that. Like it just seems like he's able to power a light bulb flickering
Through the air, right? He's catching electricity through the air.
You know what? I want to try that. Apparently, there's an energy potential from the floor to a certain height. Now I know in the ground with two different metals you can get power like 2 volts or something like that. But I wonder, I want to try like a height differential because they say there's, they say so. I want to try that
kind of
as
like
well.
the column of water type of deal.
Exactly. Yeah. Like the ground is, what do they say? Negative, right? And if you go high, like if you have like some sort of wire up high, there's supposed to be some an amount of voltage generated. I want to try that. I know the ground works. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the minimal amount of electricity stuff that I am familiar with, the ground is considered the ground, and a lot of times with electricity, you can tie the neutral to the ground. But as far as the positive part of it, I don't know. I mean, it amazes me when I went into like Walgreens or whatever, and I see a potato with a wire sticking out of it powering a little mini light bulb. I'm like, how does a potato do that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How's that? How the fuck does a potato do that?
Exactly.
So yeah, I don't. It is very mysterious in a way, and I think even people that actually do understand it also understand the fact that it is somewhat mysterious as well. Here's
Well,
the
look at the
channel I put.
battery. 2 different metals and some acid. Boom. Electricity, right?
Yeah, I'm finding it interesting that like it's electrolytes basically. From what my basic understanding of stuff, but it's electrolytes and how that all works. It's minerals basically, I think. But anyway, in live stream 2 text, I posted the channel of that guy. He doesn't have like a bunch of subscribers or whatever, but I think he just kind of does it on his own to try and get funding for shit. So this guy has all kinds of different videos of shit he's done in his garage about different things he's tried to get like more than 100% power output from something. It's interesting what he does and what he comes up with. And I think he's fairly like organic and legit just because like it looks like it's all kind of homemade shit and he does it over and over. Plus he's got like on his channel he has like videos of like his kid playing softball or something like that or t-ball or whatever. So I think this guy's like not necessarily a bullshitter. So I don't know. It's just one of those things that's interesting to look into, kind of along that topic.
Yeah, I just thought of something crazy right now. Don't blame me for saying this. I'm kind of tired. I was up since 5 in the morning.
Okay.
But since we're talking this stuff, imagine now a machine, right? You put one wire in the ground,
Yeah.
and you lift it, and you lift another wire up like an antenna. Just wind it up to 33 feet. Boom! You got power.
Like an antenna.
The cavitation point. Yeah, yeah. Like whatever the water happens, like what maybe who knows what could happen to electricity at that height? Imagine,
Oh
boom, you
shit.
got power.
How about this? Do the same thing, but in a tube of water. Ah.
Ah,
Uh-huh.
yeah, seriously, man, yeah. What would happen?
Well, I don't know. Fuck. What isn't there there's something that happens within the implosion of those bubbles as they cavitate.
Exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Mhm.
If it does that to water, what would it do to copper? Let's say.
Both
Cause.
superconductive. Yeah, superconductive things.
Yeah. Maybe it'll blow the shit out of us. No.
Yeah. Like the Benjamin Franklin's of our time, but without a kite.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you find that spot, I'll definitely drive to Canada where it goes uphill.
Well, we gotta wait for our buddy tomorrow. Maybe he has some info on us.
Bacon's got to do some more Googling and research and find us out that.
I swear I was listening to him before with Bev. I was driving and I was dying of laughter. It was good.
Oh yeah, I missed it. But didn't he come from one of the other servers that we had gone to at one point? With
Think
Turnip?
so. He killed me when he said that a model represents reality better than reality. Something like that he was saying.
Oof. That's a stretch, isn't it?
You know, first I said it as a joke. Now I'm really thinking of trying it.
What's the worst that could happen?
If you don't hear from me in a couple of days, I've been barbecued.
We sure do it during a lightning storm.
Yeah.
With rubber boots and gloves, of course.
Crazy stuff we think about, eh?
Yeah, no shit.
Do we have a new member? Lbot TV?
Looks like it. I thought when I read it, I heard elbow. I thought elbow TV, like Corn Nut Mafia got a tattoo of a corn nut on your elbow. So that's what I automatically thought of elbow TV, but looks like it.
Right.
Does this headset sound okay?
Yeah, you sound good, bro. Crystal clear.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I figured it'd be better than my phone, and I just had it sitting around. I usually just use it for like Xbox or something. Elbow TV, you there? You want to participate at all? No worries if not.
I need to go and get some kip, guys. See you later.
Right on.
Night, Bev.
Peace out. See ya. Might see what's going on over there in Livestream 1.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. All the ballers are there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
see what
heading
they're
there
doing up
too.
there. Yeah, right on.